Chapter 2087. Fortunately, he brought some guards with him this time. If he faced these gangsters, he would have some confidence. However, these people seemed to be a little small. He turned to look at Jia Daoran and said solemnly, "Old Jia, do you have any way to recruit some people to serve as guards? Otherwise, I'm afraid the 50 people I brought are a little small." Jia Daoran smiled and said, "Master, you don't have to worry about this. I've been in Jiangnan for so long. Naturally, I've bought some people. Although there aren't many, there are more than 300 people. The guards are enough." Zhang Feng looked at Jia Daoran in surprise. He didn't expect this old guy to have a trick up his sleeve. He couldn't help but look at him in a new light. "Old Jia, you've done well. Including the 300 people under you, we can be considered a big force now." As he spoke, he seemed to think of something and frowned. "How is you now?" As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Yuyao and Jingshu looked at each other and then looked at Jia Daoran. Although they had accepted Prince Zhang came to Jiangnan to find her this time. It made the two girls a little uncomfortable. Later, when they heard that she was in danger, they couldn't help but worry about her. They didn't know what they were thinking now. Were they worried about Or were they jealous? While they were daydreaming, Jia Daoran said, "Master, Miss Yu's situation is not very good now. Many young masters of the 7 families have come to propose marriage, but they were all rejected by the Yu family. This made those young masters very angry. They used their family's power and began to restrict the Yu family's business. Now, many of the Yu family's businesses are restricted by the 7 families. Most of them can't be sold." Zhang Feng frowned. He didn't expect Yu's situation to be so bad. But the good thing was that her life was not in danger. Now, he could only help get out of this predicament as soon as possible. Thinking of this, he turned to look at Jia Daoran. "What business of Yu's family is restricted?" "It's rice paper." Jia Daoran frowned. "Rice paper?" Zhang Feng was delighted. When he came over this time, he brought some paper with him. The quality was much higher than Xian paper. It was made in the paper factory back then. If he could open up the market in Jiangnan, he would not have to worry about Yu's family being restricted. He smiled and said, "Old merchant, send someone to buy a few houses later. We'll start attacking the market tomorrow." "Master, Jia Daoran looked at Zhang Feng in confusion. "Do you also want to sell rice paper?" Zhang Feng shook his head. "I'm not selling Xian paper. I have paper better than Xian paper in my hands. You've been in Jiangnan all this time, so you might not know. When I was in Jiangnan, I already made paper better than Xian paper. It's just that I didn't sell it to Jiangnan." "Better paper than rice paper?" Jia Daoran frowned in disbelief. One had to know that Xian paper was a high-end paper product used by many nobles. Even the emperor used Xian paper. The scholars of the world even crowned Xian paper as the #1 paper in the world. How could there be other papers that could surpass Xian paper? Zhang Feng saw Jia Daoran's look of disbelief and waved to the guard at the door. The guard understood, turned around, and ran away. Not long after, sheets of white and flawless paper were laid out in front of Jia Daoran. Jia Daoran looked at the paper in front of him and his pupils constricted. He stuttered, "What paper is this? Why is it so white?" As he spoke, he could not help but touch the white paper. His body suddenly trembled. This paper is actually smoother than Xian paper?" Zhang Feng smiled and grabbed a piece of white paper. "This is the paper I told you about. How does it compare to Xian paper? This is simply much better than Xian paper." Jia Daoran did not even think and directly answered. His face was red as he said, "If this were to be sold in the world, it would definitely attract the attention of scholars." "Master, how much of this paper do you have now?" Zhang Feng did not directly answer. Instead, he frowned. Not a lot, but it should be enough to sell for 2 or 3 days. 2 or 3 days. Jia Doran's brows were almost knitted into a line. Master, 2 or 3 days is not enough. You don't know how crazy the scholars in Jiangnan are. Once there is something good, they will buy it even if they have to go bankrupt. I'm afraid that your things will be sold out in a day. Zhang Feng raised his head and thought for a while. Then, he said, it's okay. Open the shop first and put out the paper signboard. I will immediately write a letter to Chang and to send the paper over. It seems like this is the only way. Jia Doran's face was sad. But Chang'an is so far away from Jiangnan. Even if you ride a horse at full speed, I'm afraid it will take 7 days. Zhang Feng waved his hand and did not mind. It doesn't matter if it takes longer. First, establish the market. In the future, if the results are good, we will open a paper factory in Jiangnan. Then, we won't have to ship goods over from Chang'an. Jia Daoran nodded. Master, then I will go and arrange the shop. As he spoke, he stood up and walked out of the door. His steps were very fast. He walked to the door like a gust of wind. If he was slower, he would definitely be able to see the black shadow behind the door. Chapter 2088. Seeing that the people in the house were gradually dispersing, the black shadow took a deep look at Zhang Feng and flipped over the courtyard wall like a carp. Crossing the street, the black shadow's footsteps became faster. After about half an hour, he stopped at the back door of a mansion. At this time, if someone raised their head to look, they would see 2 large words written on the plaque above the door, Gao Mansion. The black shadow did not linger and gently pushed the door. As if there was someone inside to receive him, the door was opened. The black shadow jumped and ran directly to a brightly lit house. After pushing open the door, the black shadow half knelt at the threshold. Young master. A young man sat inside, holding a folding fan in his hand and looking down at the game of Go. He was elegant. It was Gao Ming from this morning. He put down the chess piece, glanced at the black shadow, and said lightly, "Come here." Hearing this, the black shadow raised his head and glanced at the door. Seeing that there was no one, he walked forward. "Young master, I've found out everything." Gao Ming was obviously interested. He closed his folding fan and said with a serious face, "Is that Zhang Feng as powerful as the rumors say? How does he look? Also, why did he come to Jiangnan?" The black shadow cupped his hands and said in a low voice, "Young master, that Zhang Feng looks like an ordinary person and is quite handsome. As for his purpose, it seems to be for a woman." "A woman?" Gao Ming frowned. He had heard that Zhang Feng was a very rich man and had an official title in the imperial court. His business was also very big. How could such a person come to Jiangnan to take risks for a woman? But on second thought, this Zhang Feng seemed to be a scholar. Since ancient times, scholars were affectionate. It was possible that he would do something for a woman. Thinking about it, he could only ask, "Have you found out who Zhang Feng's woman is?" The black shadow frowned and paused for a long time before saying, "I only heard this Zhang Feng say that the woman is called Yu. I don't know anything else." "Yu. Gao Ming frowned. In Jiangnan, there were many women called Yu. How would he know who it was? However, a person like Zhang Feng wouldn't take a fancy to some common cosmetics, right? She should be from some noble family, right? He began to ponder. Suddenly, he thought of something. Wuxia Xianxia. Could it be her? Wuxia Xianxia had always been in Jiangnan and rarely went out. She basically had no chance to get to know Zhang Feng. Could it be the Zhao clan's Yu? If it was a girl from the Zhao family, Zhang Feng wouldn't be easy to deal with. No, he had to make a trip to the Zhao clan in a few days to clarify this matter so that the Zhao clan wouldn't misunderstand. After all, the Li family of Longxi stood behind the Zhao family, which was a royal bloodline. It was not easy to provoke them. After thinking for a while, he looked at the black shadow and continued to ask, "Did Zhang Feng say what he plans to do next?" The shadow nodded. "Zhang Feng said he wants to buy paper, and this paper is better than Xian paper." Gao Ming frowned, feeling that something was wrong. Xian paper was recognized as the best paper in the world. How could Zhang Feng have the guts to say that it was better than Xian paper? Could it be that this guy wanted to play to the gallery? It shouldn't be. Moreover, a person who ran such a big business shouldn't be so stupid. Could it be that this guy really had better paper than Xian paper? For a moment, he was a little suspicious. Did you hear wrongly just now? Did Zhang Feng really say that it's better than Xian paper? The black shadow nodded solemnly. This time, Gao Ming was even more confused. He knew that the guy in front of him wouldn't lie to him. However, he couldn't believe that Zhang Feng had better paper than Xian paper. Combined with the information he knew about Zhang Feng, he also knew that the other party was not stupid. He probably wouldn't do anything stupid, so there was only one possibility. This guy really had something. Thinking of this, he looked at the shadow and said solemnly, "Do you know when he'll start selling?" "Tomorrow," the shadow said firmly. "Good." Gao Ming slapped the table and narrowed his eyes. "Since this guy is going to sell tomorrow, tonight is the time to do it. You immediately inform all the businesses that they are not allowed to sell their houses to Zhang Feng. Otherwise, they will be going against my Gao family." The shadow nodded, turned around, and ran out of the door. Suddenly, the room became much quieter. After a long time, Gao Ming glanced outside the door and sneered. "Zhang Feng, although I haven't seen you yet, the war between us has started. I was very happy that you made a vow, but when I heard that you want to deal with the 7 families, I can't sit back and do nothing. This time, I want to see how powerful this rumored person is." The sneer was especially arrogant and breathtaking, floating in the entire room. This night seemed to be unusually noisy. The doors of many shops on the street were knocked on. First, they were stopped by a group of black-clothed men to warn them. Some of them were stubborn and didn't want to agree to anything, so they were beaten up. In the end, they still agreed to some conditions. The black-clothed men didn't leave until all the shops on the street were knocked on. Then, they were greeted with waves of abuse. However, these abuses were like mosquitoes. They seemed to be afraid of something. Chapter 2089. Soon, the night passed and the sun rose high in the sky. Zhang Feng stretched his body and walked out of the room. Just as he was about to eat breakfast, something bumped into him. Damn it, who doesn't have eyes? He cursed and was about to teach the person a lesson when he realized it was Yu Baoqing. He was even angrier. "Baoqing, are you F***king blind? Watch where you're going." Yuchi Baoqing scratched his head and said embarrassedly, "I'm sorry, Fengzi. I wasn't paying attention." As he spoke, he seemed to remember something and his expression changed. "Fengzi, something happened. Old Jia and the others are waiting for you in the hall." Zhang Feng frowned and felt that something was wrong. He turned and walked toward the hall. As soon as he entered, Jia Daoran came up to him. "Master, something happened. I went out to buy a house this morning, but no one was willing to buy. How could this be?" Zhang Feng's expression darkened. "I don't know." Jia Daoran frowned and paced around. "I saw that no one was buying and thought that I was underpaying. I doubled the price, but no one was willing to buy. Master, what should I do?" "Don't panic." Zhang Feng waved his hand, indicating that there was no need to panic. Then, he seemed to think of something and quickly said, "Old Jia, did you offend someone in Jiangnan? Otherwise, why didn't they buy?" "How could I have offended someone?" Jia Daoran said without hesitation. Then, he paused and said, Master, even if I did offend someone, they wouldn't be a threat. It's impossible that so many merchants wouldn't buy. Zhang Feng took a deep breath and nodded. Yes, even if old Jia had offended someone, he couldn't have controlled all the merchants immediately. Besides, why was it that old Jia was fine before, but now the merchants were unified? There was only one possibility left. It had something to do with him. Did he offend someone? That was impossible. He had just arrived in Jiangnan and hadn't had time. Oh no, it was the Gao family. He finally figured it out and quickly said, Old Jia, it must be the Gao family. The Gao clan? Jia Daoren glanced in the direction of the Gao residence and felt that it wasn't quite possible. He asked, even if you offended the Gao family, they wouldn't know about our relationship. Moreover, we only discussed buying paper yesterday. How would they know? Zhang Feng nodded, thinking that it made sense. But soon, he came to his senses. The Gao family was powerful, so wouldn't it be easy for them to find her? Besides, the guards had been on the road all night yesterday. Perhaps they had let down their guard and let these dogs slip in. All of these were possible. However, it was no longer important to know this now. With a heavy expression, he asked, Old merchant, is there any other way to buy a house? Jia Daoren shook his head. I'm afraid not anymore. Once the Gao family gets involved, no one else will dare to buy a house, unless what? A glimmer of hope flashed across Zhang Feng's face. Jia Daoren looked deeply at Zhang Feng with a heavy expression. Unless you look for the Yang family. Only they would dare to go against the Gao family. Zhang Feng frowned. Although he wanted to build a good relationship with the Yang family, he didn't plan to look for them. Just as he was about to ask if there was any other way, Jia Daoren spoke again. Apart from the Yang family, there are only the other 6 families, Zhang Feng sighed. Wasn't that the same as not saying anything? The 7 families all wore the same pants. How could they go against the Gao family? They might as well look for the Yang family. That was what he thought, but he didn't plan to do so yet. He remembered that the old scholar had given him a slip of paper with some important information written on it. He looked at Jia Daoren and asked seriously, Old merchant, do you know the Wang family? The Wang family? Jia Daoren frowned. He raised his head as if he was thinking about something. After a while, he said, there aren't many Wangs in Jiangnan. Master, are you talking about the Wang family by the canal? Zhang Feng nodded. That's the Wang family. What kind of power do they belong to? What is their position in Jiangnan? Jia Daoren shook his head and sighed. The Wang family is quite pitiful. They were aristocrats in the Sui dynasty and were prominent in Jiangnan for a period of time. They basically monopolized 1/10 of Jiangnan's industry until His Majesty ascended to the throne. The Wang family's power slowly declined and was swallowed up by the 7 families. Now, they only have one industry left. I'm not sure what it is exactly. As for their power, they seem to have joined the Yang family. However, this happened a while ago, so the Wang family's power isn't very strong. Master, do you know the Wang family? Zhang Feng nodded slightly. Previously, an elder told me to look for the Wang family if I were in trouble. I didn't expect the Wang family to be in such dire straits. However, it seems that there is no other way. After thinking for a while, he seemed to have made a decision. Prepare the horse. Since I'm already in Jiangnan, I'll go take a look. Even if I can't help much, I'll just take it as a junior going to visit the elders. Chapter 2090. The Wang family was acquainted with the old scholar, so it was only right for him to address him as an elder. Seeing that Zhang Feng had made his decision, Jia Daoren did not say anything more. He nodded and said, Master, how many people are you going to bring? After all, this is Jiangnan, so we have to be careful. Zhang Feng glanced at the guards and asked hesitantly, where are Gao Kan, Hao Chu Jun, and the others? They all went out to look for a house. When Gao Can heard that no one would buy it for us, he almost went to the county office. If Hao Chujun had not stopped him, the county office would have been in a mess. Jia Daoran thought of what had just happened and smiled bitterly. That old man is too dishonest, and he even wants Chujun. What's the use of going to the county office for this kind of thing? He's brainless. Zhang Feng couldn't help but curse inwardly. After letting out a long breath, he turned to Yu Baoqing and said, Baoqing, take 10 guards with you and come with me. Yu Baoqing nodded and went to the yard to get the guards. Master, will 10 people be enough? Jia Daoran asked worriedly. What are you afraid of? Zhang Feng waved his hand and said carelessly, Gao Can still has the commander's seal. Although he can't mobilize the troops, it's enough to keep Jiangnan under control. Who dares to touch me? Let's go. With that, he turned and walked out of the door. He boarded the carriage and drove to the canal street. After a while, the horse neighed and the carriage slowly came to a stop. Fengzi, we've arrived at the place you said. Yuchi Baoqing's voice came from outside the carriage. Zhang Feng answered casually and stepped out of the carriage. As soon as he got out, he saw a huge mansion. Although the mansion was big, it was slightly dilapidated. There were obvious cracks on the stone lion at the door, and the paint on the pillars had fallen off because of old age. There were even obvious marks on the door. At first glance, it looked like a down-and-out mansion. If Zhang Feng had not seen the huge plaque with the words, Prince's Mansion, written on it, he would have suspected that he had come to the wrong place. Baoqing, are you sure we're not at the wrong place? Zhang Feng looked at the plaque and asked suspiciously. Yuchi Baoqing scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. Feng Zi, I came here according to the address you gave me. What's wrong with that? Zhang Feng let out a long sigh. It seemed that he had overestimated the prince's mansion. Such a dilapidated mansion, he was afraid that it had been built for a long time. Let's go in and take a look. He waved his hand, gesturing for them to enter. As he spoke, he strode towards the manor. As soon as he stepped on the stairs, a shout came, Who's there? Stop. Zhang Feng was stunned. He stopped and took a closer look. It turned out that 2 men dressed in servants' clothing had rushed out. He smiled and said, I'm here to pay a visit to your master. Pay a visit to master? The 2 servants looked at each other. The leader stepped forward and asked in surprise, Which family are you from? What business do you have with my master? Zhang Feng could not help but smile bitterly. Wasn't this servant too cautious? It seemed that he was often bullied by the clan. He smiled and expressed his goodwill. I'm an old friend of your master. You can go ahead and report that Mr. Zihuai asked me to come. The leader of the servants narrowed his eyes and carefully examined Zhang Feng. Then, he turned to the other servant and whispered something to him. Then, he rushed into the manor. After about half an hour, the servant walked out. However, he was no longer as cautious as before. He was full of smiles. So it's an esteemed guest. I didn't know that I had offended you. I'm really sorry. Please follow me. Zhang Feng smiled and did not intend to make a fuss. After all, the Wang clan was already in dire straits. It was not wrong to be cautious. He waved his hand and indicated for Yuchi Baolin to follow closely behind him. Then, he followed the servant into the manor. As soon as he entered, he saw a large pond. There were many koi fish and lotus flowers in the pond. There were many fake mountains above the pond. In addition to some flowing water, it was like a landscape painting. It could be seen that the owner of this manor was a person who cultivated his character. Walking further in, there was a long corridor with dozens of pillars standing in great numbers. There were many flowers, birds, fish, and insects carved on them. However, the exquisite carvings had been eroded by time. Many of the lifelike animals could no longer be seen clearly. After passing through the corridor, a large hall came into view. The pillars supporting the hall were the same as the pillars in the corridor. They were dilapidated. "Young master, my master is in the hall. Please enter on your own. I'll go make tea for you." The servant bowed and said. Zhang Feng did not reply. He only nodded slightly. Then, he strode into the hall. The hall looked very spacious. It was even larger than the Zhang manor. However, it was empty. There were many tables with flowers, porcelain, and other decorations. There was even some light dust on them. Chapter 2091. It wasn't hard to imagine how grand the Wang residence used to be, but now it was deserted. Zhang Feng looked around and saw two figures by the window. One seemed to be a man, sitting cross-legged, and the other was a servant girl, standing respectfully at the side. Seeing this, he hurried forward. "May I ask if you are the Wang residence's old master, Wang Shi?" As he spoke, he glanced at the man and saw that he was about 40 years old. He had a long hair bun and his face was full of wrinkles. He looked kind, but his eyes were tightly closed, making him look mysterious. He was wearing a discolored brocade robe. It must have changed color because it had been washed many times. After a moment, the man lazily opened his eyes and glanced at Zhang Feng. "Who are you? Why do you say you know Zihuai? What are your intentions in coming to the Wang residence?" Zhang Feng smiled bitterly. After all this time, the old man was still suspicious of him. He was too damn cautious. Just how badly had he been harmed? He shook his head and smiled. "Master Wang, my name is Zhang Feng. I am half a disciple of Master Zihuai. As for coming to the Wang residence, it was on Master Zihuai's orders to pay a visit." As he spoke, he waved at Yuchi Baoqing, indicating for him to bring the gift. The old man was too wary now. It was better to build a good relationship with him first before asking for help. Besides, the old man still didn't believe that he was Master Zihuai's disciple. Perhaps the gift would lower his guard. This method seemed to have some effect. The servant girl opened the gift box and placed it in front of the old man. The old man glanced at it, and a glint flashed in his eyes. However, it quickly disappeared. He smiled faintly. The things you gave were worthless things in the old man's eyes. They were not presentable at all. Zhang Feng rubbed his nose and smiled awkwardly. He knew that the Wang residence used to belong to the first-class nobility. However, now that it had fallen, he still wanted to take advantage of it. Just as he was about to reply, the old man spoke. "Little child, for the sake of your gift, this old man will temporarily believe that you are Zihuai's disciple. First, tell me what Zihuai looks like. Also, do you have any proof?" After all this time, he still didn't believe it. Zhang Feng laughed bitterly in his heart, but he still put on a smile on his face. "Mr. Zihuai is now in Chang'an. He's about 50 years old, and his face is full of wrinkles. Oh right, there's also Mr. Zihuai's handwriting here." As he spoke, he took out a piece of paper from his waist and handed it over. The old man's expression changed. He quickly took it and looked at it seriously. She laughed excitedly at first, but then she felt sad. She pinched the note and said sadly, "Zihuai, you didn't listen to me back then." Now, sigh, he let out a long sigh. Then, as if he had thought of something, he quickly got up and said to Zhang Feng with a smile, "Nephew Zhang, please forgive me for what happened just now. I really had no choice." As he spoke, he looked at the maidservant at the side and hurriedly said, "Quickly go and brew the tea. Remember, after brewing the tea, take out my precious De Hong Pao. Since we have an esteemed guest today, we must bring out the best." The maidservant nodded and ran out with small steps. She seemed to be happy because her master was happy. "Nephew, come sit." Wang Shi pulled Zhang Feng over. His vigorous footsteps didn't seem like an old man at all. "Come, nephew, sit. The good tea will be served soon." Zhang Feng didn't react for a moment. He didn't expect that the old man, who had been cold and indifferent just a moment ago, would suddenly change his attitude. It seemed that part of it was still thanks to that note. He smiled. "Uncle Wang is too polite. Although I'm half a disciple of Mr. Zihuai, Uncle doesn't have to treat me so well." Since it was the first time they met, he still had to be polite. This was something he had learned in his 2 lives. More importantly, Wang Shi's attitude had changed so quickly that he was still not used to it. However, Wang Shi acted as if they were close friends. He waved his hand and said carelessly, "Ah, you don't have to be so polite. Back in the days, old man and Zihuai were like brothers. When we were in private school, we ate the same bowl of rice, slept on the same bed, and read the same book. Later on, when we were successful in our studies, we would write poems and drink wine in the bamboo forest. It was very comfortable. His disciple is the old man's disciple." Hearing this, Zhang Feng felt reassured. This old scholar and Wang Shi had a good relationship, so he should be able to help him. However, with this house in such dire straits, how could he still have a say in Jiangnan? This was the Gao family, not just anyone could go against them, let alone a family in dire straits. For a moment, he didn't even want to trouble this old man he had just met. Looking at the relationship between Wang Shi and the old scholar, if he asked, Wang Shi would do his best to get it done. He was worried that he would drag the Wang family down with him. While he was in a daze, Wang Shi spoke again. "Nephew, how is Zihuai doing in Chang'an?" Zhang Feng cupped his hands and smiled. "Uncle Wang, you don't have to worry. Mr. Zihuai is working as a teacher in a school in Chang'an. He doesn't have to worry about food or clothing." Chapter 2092. Wang Shi nodded with relief. "Although I was lonely in the first half of my life, now I have a good home. Teacher, not bad." While they were talking, the maid came in with a wooden plate. There were all kinds of ingredients on it, including scallions, ginger, dates, orange peel, mint, coarse salt, mutton oil, and so on. Zhang Feng was shocked. When he first came to the Tang dynasty, he drank this kind of thing. Once the tea was boiled and all kinds of ingredients were put in, the taste, it was like going to heaven. Fortunately, green tea had been popularized in Chang'an, but Jiangnan was still using the same method. How could he drink it? While he was worried, he seemed to see a business opportunity. People in Jiangnan loved tea. If he sold green tea, would it steal a wave of business? He could also open a tea workshop in Jiangnan. After all, the tea here was famous in the country. While daydreaming, he turned to look at Wang Shi. "Uncle, how's the tea business in Jiangnan? Which family is selling it now?" Wang Shi smiled bitterly. "In the past, my Wang residents also dabbled in the way of tea, but we gave up after our family declined. Now, it's the Wu clan that's selling it. Other clans are also dabbling in it, but the Wu clan's business is the largest." "The Wu family? The branch of the Zheng family in Xinjiang?" Zhang Feng's eyes turned, thinking about how to enter the tea business. At this time, a burst of pungent smell came. He frowned. He saw Wang Shi smash the tea bricks, boil them with water, and put in all the ingredients, such as scallions, vinegar, ginger, dates, orange peel, mint, coarse salt, mutton oil, and so on. Zhang Feng subconsciously covered his nose, but felt that it was inappropriate. He put down his hand and smiled awkwardly. "Uncle, you," Wang Shi smiled, poured a cup of green liquid and handed it to Zhang Feng. "Nephew, this is Jiangnan's De Hong Pao after the rain. The old man has been collecting it for more than 10 years. Usually, he is only willing to take out a little of it when guests come. This time, it's specially for you." Zhang Feng took the teacup and smiled. "Thank you for your hospitality, uncle. I'm really flattered." You're welcome. Come, have some tea. Wuxia smiled. He picked up the teacup and tasted it carefully. He even let out a faint chuckle as he reminisced about the aftertaste. This is really good tea. After saying that, he glanced at Zhang Feng. Hey, nephew, why aren't you drinking? Zhang Feng's face was bitter. He really wanted to say, how am I supposed to drink this thing? However, he couldn't say this out loud. He could only pick up the teacup and take a sip. Imitating Wuxia, he smiled faintly and said, good tea. Uncle's tea is truly memorable. When Wuxia heard this, he seemed to be very satisfied. He stroked his white beard and said, nephew, it's not that this old man is bragging, but this De Hong Pao is something that can't be bought with money. Not even gold can be exchanged for it. Not even for gold? Zhang Feng frowned. Was the price of tea in Jiangnan already sky-high? If he could take out tea leaves that were even better than De Hong Pao, he might be able to gain a foothold in the Jiangnan tea ceremony. Most importantly, this Wuxia seemed to know a lot about the tea ceremony. Perhaps he could help him? Thinking about this, he asked modestly, Uncle, I've just arrived in Jiangnan. I still don't know how the tea ceremony business in Jiangnan is like. Please give me some advice. Hearing this, Wuxia seemed to be greatly satisfied. He smiled proudly and said, nephew, if this old man dares to say he's second in the tea ceremony business in Jiangnan, no one dares to say they're first. In the beginning, the tea ceremony business in Jiangnan was controlled by our Wang family. Longjing, De Hong Pao, Biluakun, and other good teas all had to go through our hands. At this point, he lowered his eyebrows and let out a long sigh. Unfortunately, in the end, the Wang family declined, and the tea business was also taken over by various forces. Now, the Wang family is only relying on some inferior tea leaves to make a living, while the tea business in Jiangnan has been taken over by various big families. Among them, the Wu family is the most tyrannical. They have the Zheng family behind them, so ordinary families don't dare to do anything to them. The other 6 families also have their own businesses, so they don't care. As a result, the Wu family is getting bigger and bigger, and the tea business in Jiangnan is getting better and better. The price of good tea leaves is so high that it's hard to get even with thousands of gold coins. Not to mention the inferior tea leaves, but ordinary people can't drink it. Zhang Feng nodded and had a sense of propriety in his heart. Uncle, if we import tea leaves from other places and sell them in Jiangnan, will it work? Although he was now ready to start selling rice paper, since Wuxia had tea ceremony resources, he still wanted to make use of it. Thinking of this, Wuxia shook his head with a wry smile. Nephew, your idea is a bit simple. Not to mention how you're going to sell in Jiangnan, just delivering the goods is a troublesome matter. Zhang Feng waved his hand and smiled faintly. Uncle, don't worry. I have a way. Can you just tell me how to open the market in Jiangnan? Oh. You have a way? Wuxia's eyes widened in disbelief. Chapter 2093. At first, he thought that this little kid was also a downtrodden young master. After all, those who could walk together with him were generally not rich people. Of course, this was not to belittle the old scholar, but this was how society was. If you were downtrodden, everyone would want to stay as far away from you as possible. Notching thought that this kid was not ordinary. Not only did he have tea resources, but he also had a way to transport them to Jiangnan. Could he be a rich young master? If they could make friends, then wouldn't there be hope for the Wang family to recover? Thinking about this, he quickly said, Nephew, if you want to open the Jiangnan market, you must deal with the 7 families and the Yang family. You should know all of this. Let me tell you about the 7 families. They all have the support of the 5 families and the 7 families, so if you want to enter the Jiangnan market, you must get their permission. Get the permission of the 7 families? Zhang Feng smiled bitterly. He had offended the Gao family as soon as he arrived, and the news must have spread through the 7 families by now. Moreover, he was planning to deal with this group of people, so this method was not feasible. After thinking about it, he looked troubled. "Uncle, I'm afraid this method won't work. You know what kind of people the 7 families are. There is no way to deal with them." Wuxia nodded as if he had already guessed it. "There is another way, and that is to find the Yang family. Although they are small, they can barely compete with 1 or 2 of the 7 families. It should not be a problem for them to open a market, but they may be harassed by the 7 families in the future." Zhang Feng frowned. "Is there no other way?" The Yang family was too small. Even if they found them, they could only protect them for a while. Moreover, there was no free lunch in the world. If they went, they would have to pay the corresponding price. This was not what he wanted. Wuxia smiled bitterly and shook his head. "Other than these 2 methods, there is no other." As he said this, he seemed to think of something and his eyes flashed. "There is another way, and that is to find the Dang family." "The Dang family?" Zhang Feng was puzzled. "Uncle, isn't the Dang family one of the 7 families? What's the use of finding them? Won't we be rejected?" Wuxia shook his head and said, "No, no, no. Although the Dang family is one of the 7 families, they have the Li family of Longxi behind them. The Li family is the current emperor's clan. They are considered half of the emperor's relatives. They are different from the other 6 families in Jiangnan. They have done some good things for the people of Jiangnan." Zhang Feng frowned. Although the Dang family was a branch of the current emperor, it was still one of the 7 families. Would he receive any help if he went there? It was hard to say. If the Dang family joined forces with the other 6 families, wouldn't it be a waste of effort? After thinking about it, he decided to go to the Yang family. "Uncle, I think we should go to the Yang family. I'm afraid the Dang family is not to be trifled with." Wuxia nodded. "If you just want to open up the tea ceremony market, it's still possible to get some channels from the Yang consortium. Fortunately, I'm also a member of the Yang consortium, so I can put in some good words for you. However, you have to be careful in the future." Zhang Feng didn't intend to be on good terms with the 7 families, so he wasn't afraid of their revenge. "Uncle, there's one more thing I need to ask you." Wuxia took a sip of tea and said with a smile, "If you have anything to say, just say it. Old man will try his best to help you." Zhang Feng nodded and smiled. "Uncle, I plan to occupy the rice paper market in Jiangnan, but I haven't been able to buy a house. Do you have any houses available?" "That's impossible." Wuxia frowned and asked with a little surprise, "There are many houses in Jiangnan, and they are still building houses. It's impossible that there are no houses available. Nephew, where did you go to buy a house?" Zhang Feng touched his nose and said with some embarrassment, "I've basically searched half of Jiangnan, but no one bought a house. I suspect it has something to do with the Gao family." "The Gao family?" Wuxia's frown deepened. He was a big family and could be considered one of the top families among the 7 families. Did this kid offend the Gao family? He hurriedly said, "Nephew, did you offend the Gao family?" Zhang Feng nodded helplessly. "When I first came to the city, I had a little conflict with the 2nd young master of the Gao family. When I went back to buy a house, I found out it was the Gao family's doing." Wuxia's eyes turned and said word by word, "Then it should be the Gao family, but this doesn't seem to be Gao Jian's doing. I've heard of this guy before. He's a playboy who often bullies in Jiangnan and lingers in brothels and other places. If he wanted to deal with you, he would have done it directly. This soft knife seems to be the method of the eldest young master of the Gao family." "The eldest young master of the Gao family?" Zhang Feng was stunned. He hadn't heard that the Gao family had a young master before. But when he thought about it, since Gao Jian was the 2nd young master, he must have an elder brother. He frowned and asked, "Uncle, who is the eldest young master of the Gao family?" Wuxia sighed. "If you want to talk about the eldest young master of the Gao family, you have to start from when the Gao family first moved here. At that time, the Gao family wasn't as prosperous as it is now, but because they had the support of the Fanyang Lu family, no one dared to touch them. Later, the eldest young master of the Gao family started to expand his family business. Chapter 2094. First, he reached into the Yang family and took away a large amount of minerals, tea ceremony, salt mining, and other businesses. He also secretly sent people to kill many people in the Yang family. Therefore, the Yang family hates Gao Ming, but they dare not say anything. No one dares to take revenge. In addition, Gao Ming is very scheming and his methods are very vicious. His reputation in Jiangnan isn't good, but the head of the Gao family values him very much. Rumors say that Gao Ming is very likely to be the next head of the Gao family. After all, Gao Yu is just a playboy and can't be compared to Gao Ming. Zhang Feng nodded. He had some understanding of the Gao family. However, he was a little puzzled about Gao Ming. Why did he want to attack him? The conflict between him and Gao Yu should be a good thing for Gao Ming. He asked with some doubts, "Uncle, when I entered the city, I didn't have a conflict with Gao Ming. Instead, I had a conflict with Gao Yu. According to what you said, Gao Ming has a vicious personality. Gao Yu should be a thorn in his side. Why did he come to deal with me?" Wang Shi shook his head, "I'm not sure. According to Gao Ming's personality, it's unlikely that he would interfere. Previously, when his younger brother fought with other family members, he couldn't wait for Gao Yu to be killed so that he could smoothly take over as the head of the family. This time, I don't know why. Maybe it's for the Gao family's face, or maybe it's because he wants to steal your business." "Steal my business?" Zhang Feng was slightly stunned. His business hadn't come to Jiangnan yet. Wasn't the Gao family's ears too fast? Since he couldn't figure it out, he didn't bother to think about it. He looked at Wang Shi and said, "Uncle, I want to go to the Yang family. I wonder if you can recommend me?" Wang Shi didn't even think about it and said directly, "That's not a problem. After the Wang family fell, we joined the Yang family. Although we don't have much power, we can still say something. Old man will take you there." As he said that, he slowly got up and waved his hand. "Nephew, the Yang family is an alliance. It's just beside the canal. It's not far from here. Old man will take you there." Zhang Feng was naturally happy. He got up and smiled, "Thank you, uncle." Wang Shi nodded and gestured for Zhang Feng to leave with him. The two of them arrived at the entrance one after the other. Wang Shi pointed at Zhang Feng's carriage with some surprise. "Nephew, is this your carriage?" It wasn't that he hadn't seen a carriage before, he had seen too many. It was just that when he saw Zhang Feng's luxurious carriage, he was a little surprised and doubtful. He was even more certain that Zhang Feng was a rich young master. Zhang Feng helped Wang Shi up and smiled. "Uncle, this is your nephew's car. Get in." Wang Shi nodded and got into the carriage with a smile. Hiya! With a loud shout, the carriage drove towards the canal. After a while, the carriage slowly came to a stop. Zhang Feng helped Wang Shi down from the carriage. He looked around and saw a huge ancestral hall standing on the side of the street. The ancestral hall seemed to be carved out of stone. It was made of marble and there wasn't a single crack. There was a huge plaque hanging on it with the words Yang written on it. Wang Shi smiled faintly. "Nephew, this is the place of the Yang's alliance. It looks like an ancestral hall, but it's different inside. You'll know once you go in." Zhang Feng nodded and helped Wang Shi to the entrance of the ancestral hall. "Halt, intruder." Four big men came out from the entrance and looked at them with a serious face. Zhang Feng glanced and was about to speak when Wang Shi waved his hand. "Gentlemen, I'm from the alliance. I'm here for something." Zhang Feng helped Wang Shi up and smiled. "Uncle, this is your nephew's car. Get in." Wang Shi nodded and got into the carriage with a smile. Hiya! With a loud shout, the carriage drove towards the canal. After a while, the carriage slowly came to a stop. Zhang Feng helped Wang Shi down from the carriage. He looked around and saw a huge ancestral hall standing on the side of the street. The ancestral hall seemed to be carved out of stone. It was made of marble and there wasn't a single crack. There was a huge plaque hanging on it with the words Yang written on it. Wang Shi smiled faintly. "Nephew, this is the place of the Yang's alliance. It looks like an ancestral hall, but it's different inside. You'll know once you go in." Zhang Feng nodded and helped Wang Shi to the entrance of the ancestral hall. "Halt, intruder." Four big men came out from the entrance and looked at them with a serious face. Zhang Feng looked around and was about to speak. Wang Shi waved his hand and said, "Gentlemen, I'm from the Alliance. I'm here for something." As he spoke, he took out a jade pendant from his waist. There was a huge Yang carved on it. The burly men glanced at each other. Their solemn expressions were gone, replaced by smiles. "Please come in." Zhang Feng looked at the jade pendant and understood that it was the pass to enter the Yang's alliance. He waved his hand and signaled Yuqi Baoqing to follow him. He then helped Wang Shi into the ancestral hall. Chapter 2095. As soon as they entered, they saw a group of burly men standing at the door with sticks in their hands. There were wooden buildings all around, flowers, birds, fish, and insects, as well as some strange-looking people. It gave off a sense of mystery. Further in was a 10-meter-tall door, and there were still many burly men at the door. They looked serious as if they were guarding something. Zhang Feng supported Wang Shi as they walked through the door. The first thing they saw were 2 rows of chairs. There were 3 chairs in the middle, but no one was sitting on them. There were only a few burly men guarding the hall, and there was no one else. Wang Shi stepped forward and took out the jade pendant from earlier. He smiled and said, "I'll have to trouble the gatekeeper to announce that the Wang family is here to pay a visit to the Alliance Master." The burly man glanced at the jade pendant and said, "Wait here." After that, he turned and walked into the inner door. A moment later, 3 old men walked out one after another. The one in the lead was dressed in a bright red brocade robe. There were no wrinkles on his face, and his eyes emitted a bright light. He looked very shrewd. The 2 behind him looked a little older. Both of their beards were a little white, but their eyes were unstoppable. Wang Shi stepped forward and smiled, "3 Alliance Masters, it's been a long time." The leader smiled and waved his hand, "Have a seat." Wang Shi nodded and gestured for Zhang Feng to take a seat. Then, he looked at the leader and said seriously, "Alliance Master Yang, I've come here to ask for a favor." The leader didn't reply. He glanced at Zhang Feng and said, "You're here for this young man, right?" Wang Shi nodded and said, "Alliance Master, let me introduce you. This is my nephew, Zhang Feng." After that, he looked at Zhang Feng and said, "Nephew, these are the 3 Alliance Masters of the Yang family. The one sitting in the middle is the Alliance Master, Yang Gang. The 2 beside him are the Vice Alliance Masters, Yang Qian and Yang Yu." Zhang Feng nodded and cupped his hands. "Greetings to the 3 Alliance heads. I would like to sell a house to do business. I wonder if the Yang clan has any suitable houses for sale?" Yang Gang exchanged glances with the other 2, then said in all seriousness, "You're being too courteous, little friend. There are so many houses out there, why did you come to my Yang firm? Don't you know the Yang family's current situation?" Zhang Feng smiled awkwardly. "Of course I know the Yang conglomerate's current situation. It's just that no one outside is willing to sell it to me." "Oh," Yang Gang was a little surprised and asked, "Why? There are many vacant houses in Jiangnan. How could no one be willing to sell to you?" Zhang Feng rubbed his nose and smiled. "That's probably why I offended the Gao clan." "Offended the Gao family?" Yang Gang's heart thumped. The Gao family was a well-known family in Jiangnan. Even the Yang family had to retreat. This brat actually dared to offend the Gao family? He asked in disbelief. Kid, where did you get the courage to offend the Gao family? Zhang Feng smiled and was about to speak when Wang Shi reached out to stop him. Alliance head, you can't blame my nephew for this. It was the Gao family's second young master who bullied my nephew. He was forced to do so. Yang Gang nodded and had a rough idea. He also knew that the Gao family's second young master had always been arrogant and domineering. He often bullied the people in Jiangnan. It didn't seem strange that he bullied this Zhang brat. However, if he sold the house to this Zhang brat now, it would undoubtedly be going against the Gao family. It didn't seem to be worth the loss. He was a little hesitant. At this moment, Yang Qian came over. Alliance head, I suggest we don't sell it. This brat offended the Gao family. If we sell the house to him now, we'll undoubtedly be going against the Gao family. Yang Yu also nodded and said, Alliance head, we're already in a precarious situation. If the Gao family attacks us again, I'm afraid we won't be able to hold on. Yang Gang didn't say anything and only nodded silently. He naturally knew the severity of the situation. Compared to Zhang Feng, the Gao family was the real monster. They couldn't afford to offend them. He seemed to have made a decision in his heart and said resolutely, Little friend Zhang, I'm afraid the Yang family won't be able to help you much. We don't have enough houses ourselves. As soon as he said that, Wang Shi's expression changed, but he quickly recovered. He said in a low voice, 3 alliance heads, a few days ago, this old man heard that the alliance had a large stockpile of houses. Why are they sold out so quickly? Yang Gang's face darkened. He said unhappily, Are you questioning me? As he spoke, his tone softened. The houses in the alliance were all sold out a few days ago. Hearing this, Zhang Feng understood. The Yang family still had a large number of houses, but they weren't willing to sell them. The reason was probably because of the Gao family. These guys had been bullied by the Gao family for years and didn't dare to offend them now. Chapter 2096. He smiled faintly and said, Leaders, I know what you mean. The Yang family is in a precarious situation and doesn't want to offend the Gao family. But have you thought about it? Even if you don't offend the Gao family, sooner or later, you will be swallowed up by the 7 families. At that time, it will not be something you can control. Why not sell the houses to me now? I can help you contain some of the 7 families' forces. Why not? Yang Gang did not reply. He was silent for a moment before he sneered and said, Kid, be careful. You think you can contain the forces of the 7 families? Do you know how powerful they are in Jiangnan? Who do you think you are? Zhang Feng smiled and shook his head. Leaders, don't think that just because the Yang family has no way to deal with the 7 families, no one dares to. I, Zhang Feng, came here this time to deal with the 7 families. First, I will defeat them in business. As long as you give me some houses, I promise that the 7 families will not be able to deal with you. I can even help you. Yang Gang frowned and looked at Zhang Feng with a dark face. Obviously, he was very dissatisfied with what he had just said. It could even be said that he was boasting shamelessly. However, he found that this kid spoke with certainty as if it was really the case. Did this kid really have something in his hands that could fight against the 7 families? He asked with some doubts, Kid, let's not talk about the houses for the time being. First, tell me what you have to deal with the 7 families, or what you have to do business with. Zhang Feng smiled and said rather seriously, I have better goods than the 7 families and more than them. With this, it will not be a problem to take over the Jiangnan market. The 3 of them looked at each other in disbelief. Yang Qian said, What goods do you have? Can you take over the Jiangnan market? Zhang Feng smiled and said, I have better paper than rice paper, better tea than Jiangnan, fine salt, tobacco, silk. Hearing this, Yang Gang could not help but tremble. Better paper than rice paper? Better tea than Jiangnan? And fine salt? This was something that only rich families could use. Even the imperial palace did not have many. From what this kid said, it seemed that he had a lot. How was this possible? But it didn't sound like it was fake. If this was true, not only would they be able to take over the market of the 7 families, they might even be able to take over the entire Jiangnan market. Hiss, he sucked in a breath of cold air and couldn't help but ask, "Little doll, are you telling the truth?" "Of course it's true." Zhang Feng nodded and said with a serious face, "Everything I said just now is true. It's just that I didn't bring it over, otherwise, would definitely show it to you." "Alright." Yang Gang slammed the table and stood up. Just as he was about to agree, Yang Qian reached out to stop him. With a serious expression, he said, "Alliance Master, wait. I still have something to say to Yang Yu." As he spoke, he gave Yang Gang a look, indicating that they should go to the back hall. The two nodded and followed him to the back hall. Wang Shi was a little confused. He looked at Zhang Feng and asked, "Nephew, do you think they will agree?" Zhang Feng thought for a moment, then said seriously, "They will agree. Now that the Yang family is weak, even if they don't cooperate with me, they will be swallowed up by the 7 families sooner or later. Why not take a gamble?" "I hope so." Wang Shi let out a long sigh. He also hoped that the Yang family could give up some houses. If Zhang Feng became big, he could also benefit from it. Why not? But Yang Qian and the others were still a little hesitant. The 3 of them came to a small room and sat down. Yang Gang glanced at the 2 and asked, "Second brother, why did you stop me just now?" Yang Qian frowned and said, "Eldest brother, don't you think Zhang Feng is very mysterious?" Yang Gang didn't think so at first, but after hearing this, he felt a little bit. There didn't seem to be such a person in Jiangnan. How could he dare to boast about going against the 7 families? At that time, he was also impulsive and wanted to go against the 7 families. This time, he wanted to agree to Zhang Feng's request. Now that he was reminded, it was true. He frowned and stroked his beard. "Second brother, you're right. This person is very mysterious. Old man has been in Jiangnan for many years, but I've never heard of this kid from the Zhang family." As he spoke, he changed the topic. However, Old Man saw that he spoke with the air of a young master. He shouldn't be a nobody. What's more, he wants to go against the 7 families. This coincides with our goal. Yang Qian shook his head. "Eldest brother, you're right. But this person's identity is still a mystery. If we give the house to him so easily, I'm afraid it's not appropriate. What if he's from the 7 families? We won't be able to get the house back." Yang Yu seemed to agree. He nodded and said, "That's right, eldest brother. Now that the Yang family is a thorn in the side of the 7 families, we have to be careful. Old Man understands what you're saying." Chapter 2097. Yang Gang stroked his beard as a glint flashed in his eyes. "But have you ever thought that if this person really wants to attack the 7 families, wouldn't we have one less ally?" Yang Qian and Yang Yu both fell silent when they heard this. It was true that the Yang family could no longer take a blow, especially from the 7 families. If Zhang Feng really wanted to deal with the 7 families, it was undoubtedly the best news for the Yang family. Hesitation would only cause the Yang family to lose a great opportunity. However, they were still hesitant to place their bets on this nameless brat. Yang Qian frowned and said, "Boss, the Yang family can't take a blow. If this Zhang kid really has the strength, I don't mind betting on him. But I'm worried that not only does he not have the strength, he will drag the Yang family down with him." Yang Yu nodded and said with a serious face, "Yes, boss. It's impossible for us to deal with the 7 families now. We can only rely on the strength of outsiders. But does this kid really have the strength, or is he just bragging? We still need to do some research before we can conclude." "That's good." Yang Gang stroked his white beard and said with a serious face, since you all have the same opinion, old man won't say anything more. Later, we'll go out and ask about this kid's strength. If it's true, the Yang family will win him over. Some houses are nothing. We can give them to him. With that, he slowly stood up and walked out. Yang Qian and Yang Yu looked at each other and followed closely behind. After leaving the inner hall, Yang Gang immediately changed his expression and said with a smile, "Old Wang, Zhang, sorry to keep you waiting." Zhang Feng didn't pretend to be pretentious. He smiled and cupped his hands. "You're welcome, Alliance leader. How did the discussion go?" Yang Gang sat in his chair and waved his hand with a smile. "Don't worry, my friend. Let's talk about our daily lives first. Where are you from? How much capital did you bring with you to Jiangnan?" "You're from Chang'an," Wang Shi said. But halfway through, Yang Gang waved his hand and interrupted him. Then, he looked at Zhang Feng and said with a serious face, "Young friend, I want to hear it from you personally." Zhang Feng finally understood that these three fellows wanted to sell the house, but they were worried about the revenge of the 7 families. They were also worried that they didn't have any power, so they began to ask questions. They wanted to understand his power so that they could make a decision. Since that was the case, things would be much easier. He smiled faintly and cupped his fists. "3 Alliance Masters, I'm from Chang'an. My name is Zhang Feng. Currently, I have many businesses in Chang'an. Xian paper, fine salt, iron ore, and so on. They are all better than those in Jiangnan, Zhang Feng." "People from Chang'an?" Yang Gang frowned. Why does this name sound so familiar? And these properties, suddenly, he thought of something. Wasn't there a man named Zhang Feng in Chang'an? He had even built an academy, and it was said that his business had spread throughout the entire Chang'an. Could he be the person in front of him? Yang Qian and Yang Yu also thought of something. Their eyes widened, and they looked at Zhang Feng seriously, as if trying to figure out something from him. "Young friend, you're Zhang Feng from Chang'an. People call you President Zhang?" Yang Gang looked at Zhang Feng and asked with a serious face. "Of course it's me." Zhang Feng smiled faintly. Yang Gang was stunned. He knew about Zhang Feng's deeds in Chang'an. Although he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he had heard a lot about it. If Zhang Feng was willing to attack the 7 families, he might succeed. Taking a step back, even if he didn't succeed, it wouldn't be a bad thing for the Yang family to build a good relationship with Zhang Feng. Thinking of this, he cupped his fists. "I didn't know that you were the legendary President Zhang. Sorry for the disrespect." Yang Qian and Yang Yu also looked at Zhang Feng with admiration. "President Zhang, please forgive us for offending you just now." This time, Zhang Feng's vanity was greatly satisfied. In fact, he didn't boast about his identity. However, this group of people seemed to be very aware of his identity, which was a good thing. At least the housing supply was 80% successful. He smiled and cupped his fists. "The 3 leaders are too polite. I'm just doing some business in Chang'an." It was necessary to be humble. After all, he had just arrived in Jiangnan, and he couldn't show his strength. Moreover, he had a favor to ask. Sure enough, this politeness was immediately answered. Yang Gang and the other 2 nodded and looked at Zhang Feng with smiles, as if they were very satisfied with Zhang Feng's performance. Yang Gang stroked his beard and said with a smile, "Young friend, you can do such a big business in Chang'an. This time in Jiangnan, you must be even better. Thank you for your kind words." Zhang Feng smiled and cupped his fists. "I wonder if the leader is willing to sell the houses now." Yang Gang glanced at Yang Qian and the others and found that they didn't have any objections. He turned to look at Zhang Feng and smiled. "Young friend, since there are no problems now, I can naturally give you the houses. However, it's not for sale, but a gift. How about I give you 3 houses near the canal? Chapter 2098. Gift? Zhang Feng snickered in his heart. These three old fellows are really cunning. Before they revealed their identities, they were still making excuses. Now that their identities were clear, they actually wanted to give him a gift. It was obvious that they were trying to rope him in. However, it was also possible that they were afraid of the power of the 7 families and wanted to use him as a shield. In any case, he could not accept this gift. Otherwise, he would owe the Yang family a favor in the future. Thinking about it, he cupped his hands and said, "Alliance Master, I'm new here. I really don't dare to accept this gift. Alliance Masters, please name a price." Yang Gang was stunned. He originally thought that Zhang Feng would happily accept this free house. Who would have thought that he would reject it? This instantly disrupted his entire plan. If Zhang Feng became rich in the future, how could the Yang family still rely on this big tree? He turned to look at Yang Qian and Yang Yu. In fact, they were also a little distressed. They never thought that Zhang Feng would reject them. How would the next step of the plan develop? Helplessly, Yang Qian whispered in Yang Gang's ear, "Big brother, why don't we give him the best house at the lowest price? This way, he still owes us a favor?" Yang Gang nodded. This was the only way now. Not only would it make Zhang Feng owe the Yang family a favor, but it would also show the Yang family's sincerity. Thinking about it, he turned to look at Zhang Feng and smiled, "Little friend Zhang, since you said so, we won't refuse. We'll sell you 3 houses, all connected together. Each house will be 1,000 strings of coins. What do you think?" Zhang Feng frowned. He felt that something was wrong. The houses in Chang'an were more expensive. Were the houses in Jiangnan so cheap? 1,000 strings of coins could buy a house. Moreover, the location of the Yang family's houses should not be too bad. Even with the 7 families, there should still be some good houses. Even the worst house in Jiangnan might not be worth this much, right? He turned to Wang Shi and asked softly, "Uncle, what's the price?" Wang Shi also sensed Zhang Feng's confusion and quietly explained, "The worst property in Jiangnan costs 2,000 strings of coins. This Yang house can't be the worst. It should be below average, at least between 2,500 strings of coins and 5,000 strings of coins." Hearing this, Zhang Feng understood that these 3 old men still wanted to be on good terms with him. In other words, she wanted him to owe her a favor. He was a little repulsed because he hated owing people favors the most. He could return the money he owed, but it was not easy to return a favor. But now, other than the Yang Consortium, there were no other places that could afford it. Even if there were, they wouldn't dare to sell it. Looks like I'll definitely owe him a favor today. How am I going to repay him in the future? He let out a sigh and forced a smile. Many thanks to the 3 alliance masters for their kindness. The silver will be sent tomorrow. Yang Gang smiled and waved his hand. "There's no need to rush the money. Any time is fine." As he spoke, he waved his hand toward the door. A moment later, a burly man walked in with a few pieces of paper. Yang Gang handed the paper to Zhang Feng and smiled, "Young friend, these are the deeds for the 3 houses. Take them." Zhang Feng took the deeds and glanced at them. He cupped his hands and said, "Many thanks to the 3 alliance masters." Yang Gang smiled, "You're welcome. We're now on the same side and can be considered a family." Zhang Feng smiled awkwardly, "Alliance master is right. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. There are still many things to deal with in the residence." He didn't want to stay in this place any longer. It wasn't because of these 3 people, but because he was afraid that they would set him up again. He already owed them a favor, and if he owed them another one, it wouldn't be worth it at all. However, Yang Gang did not want Zhang Feng to leave. He smiled and said, "Young friend, you just came to the Yang family. Don't be in such a hurry to leave. As elders, we don't have much to entertain you with. Why don't you have some tea and talk about your understanding of business? As soon as he heard tea, Zhang Feng's stomach churned. How could he dare to drink it? Without even thinking, he said, "No, next time. I do have some matters to deal with in the residence." "All right then, I'll entertain you next time." Yang Gang's eyes were a little disappointed. He wanted to use today's opportunity to rope in Zhang Feng, but he did not expect this guy to be so stubborn. What a disappointment. "Then I'll take my leave." Zhang Feng smiled and helped Wang Shi out of the door. After a few steps, a voice came from behind him. "Nephew, come often when you have time." Zhang Feng shook his head and quickly helped Wang Shi out of the residence. In the carriage, Zhang Feng looked at the deeds carefully. He then looked at Wang Shi and asked, "Uncle, I just came to Jiangnan and don't know much about it. Can you tell me where this place is?" Wang Shi took the deeds and glanced at them. He said with a serious face, "This is considered a middle-grade piece of land in Jiangnan. It's also the most valuable place in the Yang family. It's close to the downtown area and beside the canal. If it were to be sold in the market, it would probably sell for 3,000 strings of cash." "So much?" Chapter 2099. Zhang Feng's eyes widened as he subconsciously said, "The Yang Consortium is really ruthless this time." Wang Shi nodded and returned the deed to Zhang Feng. "You got a great bargain this time. The Yang family has also invested a lot." Zhang Feng couldn't help but smile bitterly. It was fine if he didn't get a bargain, but he still owed the Yang family a favor. It seemed like he had benefited, but in fact, the Yang family had benefited. He had to admit that these three old men were really smart. Seeing that he didn't want a free house, they forcibly lowered the price of a house by 2,000 strings of coins. How ruthless. However, this also showed that the conflict between the Yang family and the 7 families couldn't be resolved. He needed to break it himself. He said with a heavy expression, "I owe the Yang family a favor this time. I don't know how to repay it next time." Wang Shi smiled faintly. "Nephew, don't worry. That old man Yang Gang just wants to bet on you. As long as you can suppress the 7 families, not only will you not have to repay this favor, but there might also be a lot of benefits in the future." Zhang Feng nodded. These 3 leaders aren't simple people. Each one is more scheming than the other. They gave me these houses because they want to build a good relationship with me. Secondly, if I suppress the 7 families in the future, they can get some benefits from it. It's killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Wang Shi stroked his beard and smiled. "Nephew, don't blame those 3 old men. They are also thinking about the development of the Yang family. After all, they have been suppressed by the 7 families for many years. They have long been cautious." Zhang Feng didn't understand, but he didn't like the way they forced favors. It felt like they were forcing people to buy. He smiled faintly. "Uncle, don't worry. I understand. If they perform well in the future, it's not impossible to give them some benefits." Wang Shi nodded slightly and stroked his beard with satisfaction. He was still very satisfied with this nephew's performance. He was neither servile nor overbearing, just like a great master. He just didn't know how things would develop in the future. Just as he was thinking, the sound of a horse came from outside the window. The carriage had stopped. Zhang Feng helped Wang Shi down the carriage and cupped his hands. "Uncle, I won't be going in. There are still many things to deal with at home." Wang Shi could understand. He clasped his hands behind his back and said, "Go back and get busy. However, you must always be on guard against the people of the 7 families." Zhang Feng cupped his hands and said, "Thank you for your reminder, uncle. I will remember it." With that, he turned around and returned to the carriage. The carriage set off once again, rushing towards the mansion. Zhang Feng touched the contract in his hand. He felt that the day had passed very quickly. First, he met Uncle Wang. Uncle Wang treated him like a nephew, as if they were family. He even felt like he had returned to Chang'an. This was because Uncle Wang gave him the feeling of an old elementary scholar. He was like an old elementary scholar who cared about him. Later on, he went to the Yang clan. Although those 3 guys were a little scheming, they were still good people. It was just that they had a different stance from the 7 families. If there was a chance in the future, he would help them. Just as he was thinking, the carriage suddenly shook violently, just like when a carriage crashed in his previous life. Zhang Feng was shocked. Could it be that he had hit someone? He put his hand on the side of the carriage and hurriedly asked, Baoqing, what happened outside? Feng Zi, there's a carriage in front of us. Yuqi Baoqing's voice came from outside. Hearing this, Zhang Feng's earlier excitement completely disappeared. He shouted, how the F***ck are you driving a carriage? As soon as he said that, the carriage stopped shaking. He hurriedly got out of the carriage and saw that there was another carriage in front of him. This carriage was made of high-quality wood and emitted a delicate fragrance. There were also many beaded curtains hanging on it. It was obvious that this was the carriage of a young lady from a wealthy family. His guess was right. In less than a moment, a female voice came from the carriage in front. How are you driving a carriage? Why is it shaking? As soon as the voice fell, a woman came out. She had a long bun with a jade hairpin on the top of her head. Her hair fell naturally on both sides. She wore a light blue gauze dress with gold thread and a pair of embroidered shoes. Together with her high nose bridge and small cherry lips, she looked like a fairy who had descended to the mortal world. At this moment, she also noticed Zhang Feng. She blushed and turned to look at the servant driving the carriage. Little Zhao, how are you driving? The servant called Little Zhao had a bitter expression and hurriedly cupped his hands. Miss, this wasn't done by me. It was the carriage opposite. As he spoke, he pointed at Yuqi Baoqing, indicating that this fellow was the one who did it. When the woman saw this, she put her hands on her hips and looked at Yuqi Baoqing angrily. You're the one who crashed into my carriage? Which family are you from? How dare you? Seeing this, Zhang Feng finally understood. The 2 carriages had collided. It seemed that it was his family's fault. He hurriedly cupped his hands and said to the woman, Miss, please forgive me. It's my fault for disciplining him. Seeing that someone had admitted defeat, the woman's arrogance seemed to have increased. She pouted. Humph, so it was you who did it. Tell me, how are you going to compensate me? Chapter 2100. Zhang Feng had a bitter look on his face. He had never encountered such a situation before. He turned to Yuqi Baoqing. Bastard, you bumped into someone else's carriage. Tell me, what should we do now? Yuqi Baoqing was a little confused. It was clearly the other party who bumped into his carriage. How did it become him who bumped into their carriage? And this Feng Zi was still apologizing like an idiot? How could he agree to this? He quickly explained, just now, that fellow's horse was startled and bumped into us. We didn't bump into them. As he spoke, he turned his head and pointed at Xiao Zhao. He said aggressively, Kid, tell me honestly. Who was the one who hit who? Humph, don't think you can bully my servant just because you have more people. The woman snorted and turned to Little Zhao. Little Zhao, tell me honestly. Who bumped into who? Little Zhao looked at the gaze and his face was a little unnatural. Miss, Yuqi Baoqing seemed to have caught onto something and quickly said, Look, this kid can't speak. He's the one who bumped into our carriage. Who said that we bumped into your carriage? The woman's face turned and she said shamelessly, Since Little Zhao didn't say it, it means that we didn't bump into it. Zhang Feng finally understood. This was the unruly Mississippi. She would admit to bumping into his carriage even if she was beaten to death. Forget it, he would just suffer in silence. Anyway, there was nothing wrong. With that thought, he waved his hand casually. All right, all right. No matter who bumped into who, it's fine. Let's go. With that, he looked at Yuqi Baoqing and said helplessly, Baoqing, let's go. Yuqi Baoqing glared at the woman unwillingly and drove the carriage to leave. Wait. The woman glanced at Zhang Feng and crossed her arms. She said proudly, I haven't allowed you to leave yet. Are you looking down on our Zhao family? Zhao family? Zhang Feng was stunned. Could it be the Zhao family, one of the 7 families? Behind the Zhao family stood the Li family of Zhao County. Could he be so unlucky? He bumped into someone from the Zhao family as soon as he arrived. He turned to the woman and probed, You're from the Zhao family? What's your name? Humph, you think you're worthy of knowing this young lady's name? A smug smile appeared on the woman's face. Crossing her arms, she said, I didn't want to tell you, for fear of scaring you. But seeing that you're so curious, I'll be merciful. Listen carefully, I'm the Zhao clan's 3rd miss, Zhao Yu. How about it? Are you scared? True enough. Zhang Feng's heart thumped. He had just offended the Gao clan, and now he was going against the Zhao clan. Originally, he didn't want these people to notice him so that he could develop his business as soon as possible. But now, he was about to go against the Zhao family again. It wasn't that he was afraid of the 7 great families. He just didn't want to attract their attention so that he could deal a fatal blow to them. Now, it seemed that he couldn't do that. Since he couldn't do that, he had no choice but to do it openly. After thinking for a while, he sneered, It's just the Zhao family. What's there to be arrogant about? Moreover, you're the one who bumped into my carriage today, so you should be the one apologizing to me. I didn't even say anything, yet you're still yelling? Just the Zhao family? Zhao Yu was stunned. She wondered if she had heard wrongly. Or was there something wrong with this kid's brain? How dare he talk to her like that? Didn't he know the Zhao family's status in Jiangnan? Didn't he know who Zhao Yu, was? Her face flushed red, and she pointed at Zhang Feng angrily, Brat, I just wanted you to apologize to me. I didn't expect you to be so arrogant that you don't even care about the Zhao family. As she spoke, she looked at little Zhao and roared, Little Zhao, go beat this brat up to vent your anger. Yes, Mississippi. Little Zhao laughed, rolled up his sleeves, and walked toward Zhang Feng. He was already angry just now and was worried that he didn't have a place to vent his anger. Now that the miss had spoken, he might as well let this brat vent his anger. He clenched his fists and was about to hit him when he suddenly felt that his body wasn't listening to him. It seemed to be rising. He turned his head and saw that the guy who was cursing him just now had lifted him up. His expression changed, and he hurriedly shouted, Brat, hurry up and put me down. Yuqi Baoqing was a boorish person, and he was almost wronged by this guy just now. How could he put him down? He laughed and said, Ha ha ha, you bastard, you wanted to wrongly accuse me just now. Go to hell. As he spoke, he threw Xiao Zhao to the ground with both hands. Little Zhao howled and immediately curled up into a ball. He held his waist and struggled on the ground. Zhao Yu's expression changed, and she took half a step back. She pointed at Zhang Feng and said, Bastard, you dare to hit my servant? The Zhao family won't let you go. Oh, you have quite a temper. Zhang Feng glanced at Zhao Yu and said with a playful smile, Not only will I hit your servant, Lao Tzu will also hit you today. Hearing this, Zhao Yu's pretty face puffed up, and she raised her eyebrows. Bastard, you bastard. If you dare to hit me, the Zhao family won't let you go. Chapter 2101. Although she looked aggressive on the surface, in fact, her heart was already beating like a drum. This guy doesn't seem to be afraid of the Zhao family at all. What if he really hits me? Her small steps back betrayed the fear in her heart. Zhang Feng didn't care about her. He went forward and grabbed Zhao Yu's delicate arm. He laughed and said, "Look at you. You must often bully the common people. Today, Lao Tzu will teach you a lesson on behalf of the common people of Jiangnan." As he spoke, he reached out and was about to press Zhao Yuer against the carriage. Unexpectedly, this little girl struggled with all her might. For a moment, she broke free. She grabbed Zhang Feng's left arm and fiercely bit down. Ah, a wave of pain came. Zhang Feng subconsciously cried out. He looked down and saw a huge scar on his arm. His eyes seemed to spit fire. He slapped down. Huh? Why is it so soft? Zhang Feng felt something was wrong. He looked down and found that he hit the wrong place. He was stunned and stood there. Zhao Yuer was still biting Zhang Feng's arm. She felt a numbing sensation coming from below. She quivered and subconsciously let go. She cried out, "Ah!" Zhang Feng saw this and quickly covered Zhao Yuer's mouth. He whispered, "What are you shouting for?" With her mouth covered, Zhao Yuer was a little breathless. She lifted her foot and stepped on Zhang Feng's foot. Feeling the pain, Zhang Feng loosened his grip and hurriedly took half a step back. You bastard!" Zhao Yuer's face turned red. Tears kept rolling in her eyes. "You dare to hit me there?" Zhang Feng's face also turned red. He didn't mean it. Who told this girl to bite him? Now that it was like this, he could only apologize. "Miss Zhao, I didn't mean it. I didn't mean to hit you there." Zhao Yuer's eyes were already full of tears. When she heard this, she squatted on the carriage and cried. Zhang Feng saw this and thought to himself, "I'm done for. Damn, I hit Miss Zhao. What should I do?" He was going to offend another surname. Of course, he wasn't afraid of offending any of the 7 families, but he couldn't bear to see a woman cry, especially this kind of unruly young lady. What should he do? At this moment, he was like an ant on a hot pan. Hearing the cries, the surrounding citizens slowly gathered around. They pointed at Zhang Feng and Zhao Yuer and whispered amongst themselves. "Whose young miss and young master are they? Why are they walking on the streets? This young master is too ungentlemanly. He even beat the girl until she cried. Sigh, what a sin." Hearing the discussions coming from all directions, Zhang Feng couldn't stand it anymore. He knew that if this continued, the authorities and the Zhao family would be alerted sooner or later. He hurriedly went forward. "Miss Zhao, look at this situation. Why don't you leave first? Otherwise, we'll be dead soon." Zhao Yuer naturally didn't know what dead meant, but she could hear the discussions around her. She slightly raised her head and glanced, then turned to stare at Zhang Feng. She showed her small canine teeth and said fiercely, "You bastard, you want to leave after hitting me? Only if you let me bite you again." Zhang Feng quivered. His heart was still trembling from the pain just now. How could he let this unruly young lady bite him again? But if he didn't let this girl bite him, it seemed that he couldn't leave now. He closed his eyes and rolled up his sleeves. "Go ahead and bite me. Once you're done, leave quickly." Zhao Yu heard this and smiled slyly. Seeing Zhang Feng closed his eyes, she didn't hold back. She showed her small canine teeth and bit down on the bite mark. Hiss, Zhang Feng clenched his teeth tightly, but the pain was like a piercing pain that made him frown. After a moment, the pain slowly subsided. He opened his eyes and looked at his arm. He saw that the bite mark had deepened and even turned blue. His facial features were almost twisted together. He really wanted to beat this little girl again. But after thinking about it, he resisted and glanced at Zhao Yuer. "Eldest miss, can we leave now?" Zhao Yuer touched the tears on her cheeks and coldly said, "Bastard, you wait for me. Today's matter isn't over." After that, he stared at Xiao Zhao. "Xiao Zhao, let's go back to the residence." Xiao Zhao fiercely stared at Zhang Feng and turned around to lead the carriage away. Zhang Feng looked at the scar on his arm and felt helpless. He had offended the unruly young lady of the Zhao family. How was he going to live in the future? If he had offended a dandy young master, it would be fine. At most, he would bring people to beat him up. At most, he would hit him back. But he had never met this unruly young lady. How was he going to deal with her? He couldn't figure it out no matter how he thought about it. He let out a long sigh. Baoqing, let's go back to the residence. Yuqi Baoqing looked at the carriage that was going far away, then looked at Zhang Feng and worriedly asked, Feng Zi, this woman doesn't seem to be easy to deal with. Why don't I follow her and give her a warning? Zhang Feng stared at Yuqi Baoqing. Is there something wrong with your brain? He was speechless. This old Yu was a big straight man. His son was also a big straight man. Chapter 2102. Yuqi Baoqing clearly didn't understand. He scratched his head and said, Feng Zi, there's nothing wrong with my brain. I'm doing this for your own good. Good, good, good. For my own good. Zhang Feng pulled Yuqi Baoqing toward the carriage. For my own good, hurry back to the manor. Yuqi Baoqing looked unwillingly at the carriage in the distance and said, oh, before getting into the carriage. Sitting in the carriage, Zhang Feng looked at the wound on his arm and was speechless. He was really unlucky today to have run into the unruly young lady of the Zhao family. He even hit her. Damn, it looked like the Zhao family was going to take revenge on him. He had just arrived in Jiangnan and already had a bad start. He shook his head helplessly and tried not to think about what had just happened. Thinking about it made his head hurt. After a while, the carriage stopped in front of the manor. Zhang Feng walked out of the carriage angrily. As soon as he entered, he saw Jia Daoran about to go out. He said, Old Jia, where are you going? Jia Daoran frowned and said, Master, I'm going out to look for a house. I'm worried sick. No need to look. Come with me. Zhang Feng's face darkened as he strode toward the main hall. Jia Daoran was a little confused. What was wrong with the master today? Why was he so angry? And he said he wasn't going to look for a house? Yuqi Baoqing walked in while he was confused. He quickly stopped him. Baoqing, what's wrong with the master today? Why is he so angry after going out? Yuqi Baoqing looked at Zhang Feng's back and made sure he couldn't hear him. Then he looked at Jia Daoran and said, Old Jia, you don't know. Everything was going well today, but when I came back, I ran into a girl. Jia Daoran pulled Yuqi Baoqing. Let's go. We'll talk as we walk. The two of them walked toward the main hall, talking as they walked and laughing from time to time. Just as they reached the main hall, Jia Daoran saw Zhang Feng's dark face and quickly nudged Yuqi Baoqing. Only then did the latter understand. Jia Daoran took a step forward. Master, what did you call me for? Zhang Feng took out the cigarette but in his mouth and lightly said, Go and call Gao Kan, Hao Chu Jun, and Bao Lin over. I have something to say. Jia Daoran nodded and left. Not long after, everyone had gathered. Gao Kan said with some dissatisfaction, Feng Zi, why did you call me? I'm just about to go out and look for a house. As soon as he finished speaking, Hao Chu Jun nudged Gao Kan with his elbow, signaling him not to speak. The latter also felt that the atmosphere in the hall was a little strange. He glanced at Zhang Feng and saw that Zhang Feng's face was dark, as if someone owed him 5 million yuan. Zhang Feng glanced at everyone with a sullen face and finally fixed his eyes on Hao Chu Jun. Chu Jun, you, Old Jia, and Gao can take the land deed and go out to hand it over. Also, clean up and prepare for the opening tomorrow. As he spoke, he took out 3 deeds from his waist and placed them on the table. Hao Chu Jun stared blankly at him. Was this AF** king title deed? And there were 3 of them? He stood up abruptly and took a look at the deeds. His pupils shrank. This seemed to be a mid-tier area. He looked at Zhang Feng in disbelief. Master, where did you get these deeds? Why are they in such a good area? Everyone also noticed the abnormality and rushed over, not letting go of the deeds. Zhang Feng glanced at everyone and lightly said, "All right, it's just a few deeds. It's not like they're in a good area. Hurry up and get someone to clean it up. I'm going to rest." With that, he stood up and walked to his room. Everyone was embarrassed. They wanted to ask about the deeds, but they realized that Feng Zi wouldn't say anything. Thus, everyone shifted their gaze to Yuqi Baoqing. This guy went out with Feng Zi, so he must know something. Hao Chujun stared at Yuqi Baoqing seriously and asked, "Baoqing, how did you get these deeds?" Yuqi Baoqing smiled awkwardly. "I only know that Feng Zi went to find an old man, then went to the Yang family and got them. I don't know anything else." "Fine, it was a waste of time." Hao Chujun sighed. He knew that he wouldn't get anything useful out of this guy. He could only ask again, "Then why is Master so angry?" Hearing this, Yuqi Baoqing chuckled. "Just now, we met a woman who bumped into our carriage. That woman was very fierce and wanted to hit Feng Zi. If I wasn't there, Feng Zi would have been hit. Then, Feng Zi went up and hit that woman. That woman lay on the carriage and cried. That's it." Hearing this, everyone's interest seemed to be piqued. They all knew Zhang Feng well, but they had never heard of this guy hitting someone, let alone a woman. That was King rare thing. For a moment, everyone gathered together and started talking at once. Yuqi Baoqing seemed to enjoy this atmosphere and started talking with everyone. At the same time, a carriage was running wildly on the street. If Zhang Feng was here, he would definitely recognize that it was the carriage from just now. Chapter 2103. Very quickly, the carriage stopped in front of a manor. Zhao Yuer lifted her skirt and got off the carriage in a huff. The servant at the door saw this and quickly went forward. "Miss, scram." Zhao Yuer glared at the servant and quickly walked into the manor. Passing through the corridor, she pushed open a large door. Inside sat a lady wearing a purple-patterned robe. Her eyebrows were long and thin like willow leaves. Her nose was high and she didn't have any makeup on her cheeks, but she looked as rosy as an apricot. Her flowing hair fell over her shoulders and she was holding a silk cloth in her hand, seemingly embroidering something. This lady was the second young miss of the Zhao family, Zhao Ruer. She wasn't as unruly as Zhao Yuer and had a quiet aura. However, because she was born in the Zhao family and her mother had passed away early, she had a strong personality since young. Of course, this was only in front of outsiders. In front of Zhao Yuer, who was born from the same mother, she was more gentle. Zhao Yuer just saw Zhao Ruer and her tears flowed out. She laid on Zhao Ruer's lap and cried. "Sister." Zhao Ruer saw this and quickly helped Zhao Yuer up. She wiped the tears from her face and asked softly, "Yuer, what's wrong? Did your brother bully you again?" Zhao Yuer's face turned red and she shook her head, "No." "Then what's wrong?" Zhao Ruer helped Zhao Yuer to the bedside and asked softly, "Yuer, what happened?" Zhao Yuer's face turned redder and she leaned on Zhao Ruer's shoulder without saying a word. This made Zhao Ruer anxious. She quickly patted her shoulder and asked, "Yuer, hurry up and say something. What happened? Did you run out of money again? I still have some here, I'll get some for you." Saying this, she flipped the pillow. Zhao Yuer saw this and pulled Zhao Ruer, stammering, "It's, just now someone hit me." Ah, Zhao Ruer's eyes widened in disbelief. She knew this little sister's temper. She was a pure unruly lady. Who dared to provoke her? Even her brother had to avoid her. Who didn't hide on the streets? Someone dared to hit her? How was this possible? She didn't believe this little sister's words. She thought this girl had something to ask of her. After all, something like this had happened before. She touched Zhao Yu's cheek and said gently, if you don't have money to spend, just tell me. Don't lie to me. Lie? Zhao Yu panicked and her face turned red. Second sister, I'm not lying to you. Someone really did hit me. When I was on my way back, I met a brat who bumped into my carriage. I asked him to apologize, but not only did he not apologize, he even got off the carriage and hit me. There's such a thing? Zhao Ru'er blinked her beautiful eyes and her mouth was wide open. Originally, she didn't believe the girl's words, but seeing how sincere the girl was, her doubts slowly dispelled. However, there was actually someone who dared to hit the Zhao family's third miss? Wasn't that a little too daring? Usually, when this girl walked on the streets, she would not back down. Who would dare to hit her? Was this really unprecedented? However, on second thought, this was also a good thing. He wanted to teach this girl a lesson so that she wouldn't be so lawless outside. Thinking of this, she smiled and said, which family's young master hit our Zhao family's third young miss? Where did you hit? Sister, Zhao Yu tugged at the corner of Zhao Ru'er's clothes and said coquettishly, someone hit your younger sister, why are you still making fun of me? Think of a way to get revenge for me. Okay, revenge. Zhao Ru'er stroked Zhao Yu's hair and laughed. Then why don't you tell sister where that brat hit you? What's his name? Otherwise, how can I get revenge? Hearing this, Zhao Yu's face instantly turned red. Even her ears turned red. Sister, don't worry about where he hit me first. That brat is called Zhang Feng. Quickly get revenge for me. Zhang Feng? Zhao Ru'er frowned. There didn't seem to be such a person in Jiangnan. Even those with the surname Zhang were pitifully few. Where did this brat called Zhang Feng come from? However, this name sounded a little familiar. She turned to look at Zhao Yu, trying to see something from her expression. However, she only saw a patch of red. This made her feel that something was wrong. Her younger sister usually had the appearance of an unruly young miss and never blushed. Why did her face turn red when she mentioned where she was hit? This didn't seem like the style of an unruly young miss, but more like a young girl in love. However, since her younger sister wasn't willing to say, she didn't decide to continue asking. Right now, it was better to find that brat first. After thinking for a while, she pursed her lips and said, why don't we go tell Big Brother and have him catch that brat? No. Zhao Yu didn't even think and directly rejected her. This made Zhao Ru'er even more confused. You were the one who wanted revenge after being hit, and you were the one who didn't want Big Brother to do it. What was going on? Chapter 2104. She held Zhao Yu's hand and said helplessly, didn't you say that you wanted revenge? Why aren't you letting Big Brother do it? Don't tell me you're lying. How is that possible? Zhao Yu pouted and her gaze was unnatural. That brat did hit me, but this is my business. How can I let Big Brother do it? Why else would I look for you? Zhao Ru'er's lips curled up and revealed an indescribable expression. Then how do you want me to help you? Zhao Yu rolled her eyes and stood up slowly. She stretched out her fair fingers and said, Big sister, get some men to capture that brat and let me beat him up. You can look for your big brother for this kind of thing. Zhao Ru said faintly, a little impatient. No. Zhao Yu shook her head. If Big Brother does it, he will definitely beat that brat to death. How am I going to take revenge then? Zhao Ru stared at Zhao Yu for a while and smiled playfully. Little sister, don't tell me you can't bear to hit that brat. Otherwise, why don't you let your big brother do it? How is that possible? Zhao Yu said instinctively. Just as she said that, she felt that something was wrong. Her face turned red as if it was going to bleed. I mainly want to take revenge for myself. As she said that, she quickly pulled Zhao Ru up and said coquettishly, "Second sister, hurry up and come with me to get that brat back." Okay. Zhao Ru looked at Zhao Yu dotingly and walked out of the door together. Not long after, the two women gathered a few servants. Zhao Yu placed her hands on her hips and scanned the crowd. Finally, her eyes fell on Xiao Zhao. "Xiao Zhao, take all the servants and find the place where that brat lives. Then, capture that brat for me." Xiao Zhao chuckled. "Yes, Mississippi. Just wait. If that brat dares to run, I will break his legs." Zhao Yu's face changed and she stepped forward to give him a kick. "Break whose legs? I want you to bring him back, not break his legs." After being kicked for no reason, Xiao Zhao was dumbfounded. He could only nod secretly. Yes, Mississippi. Zhao Ru saw all of this and only felt that this little sister of hers was becoming more and more strange. She wanted to teach that brat called Zhang Feng a lesson, yet she did not allow him to hit him. What was the meaning of this? She stepped forward and asked softly, what are you thinking? Didn't you say you were going to beat that brat up?" Zhao Yu's eyes were evasive as she stammered, "Second sister, you don't have to worry about it. Let's talk about it after we capture him." As she spoke, she glanced at the crowd and waved her hand impatiently. Scram! All the servants felt as if they had been pardoned. They wished they could grow 2 more legs and run out the door one after another. Zhao Ru smiled and pulled Zhao Yu towards the boudoir. "Little sister, you can rest assured now, right? I'll bring that kid back to you later." Just as she finished speaking, a displeased voice came from the door. The two girls turned their heads in unison, and only then did they realize that it was the Gao family's eldest young master, Gao Ming. Zhao Yu pouted and said in a displeased tone, "What are you doing here?" Gao Ming cupped his hands and smiled. Young Master Gao, please be careful with your words. And Ru are our sisters' maiden names. Please don't address us that way." Zhao Ru's face turned cold as she said in a displeased tone, "Why are you here at our Zhao residence?" She really did not like this Gao Ming style of doing things. He would do anything to achieve his goals. He had once killed dozens of commoners for a property. This time, he probably did not come to the Zhao residence with good intentions. A hint of coldness flashed across Gao Ming's eyes, but it disappeared very quickly. He then smiled faintly and said, "Ladies, you must be joking. Our Gao family and the Zhao family can be considered old friends. There's nothing wrong with calling you by your maiden names, right?" Zhao Yu waved her hand and said impatiently, "Don't talk nonsense. Why are you here at our Zhao residence?" Gao Ming smiled and waved his fan. "I'm here at the Gao residence to seek an audience with Uncle Zhao regarding the marriage between the Gao family and the Zhao family." As he said that, he used his fan to point at the gift that the servant behind him was holding. Zhao Ru and Zhao Yu's delicate bodies trembled as they looked in the direction of the fan. This was because they saw a large betrothal written on the gift. This meant that Gao Ming was here to give the betrothal gift. There were only 2 women in the Zhao family. In other words, this betrothal gift was for one of them. Didn't that mean that one of them had to marry into the Gao family? There were only 2 men in the Gao family. Needless to say, Gao Ming was vicious and did things without leaving any room for negotiation. They could not even consider him. Also, that Gao Jian was completely a hedonistic son of rich parents. They could not marry him. Thinking about this, they felt terrified. Zhao Yu crossed her arms and said aggressively, "My father isn't here. Leave." In any case, she would not marry anyone from the Gao family. Now that there was no one around, it was better to chase this guy away. Chapter 2105. Gao Ming seemed to have guessed it and smiled, "It's fine if Uncle Zhao isn't here. I can wait here. As he spoke, he ordered the servants to stand aside as if he wasn't going to leave. Zhao Ru'er panicked and scolded angrily, Gao Ming, do you have any shame? Our Zhao family doesn't welcome you. Gao Ming smiled as if he didn't care at all, ladies, this matter isn't up to you to decide. Since ancient times, marriage has been an ancient rule. If you don't believe me, you can ask Master Zhao. Indeed, these words weren't wrong at all. No matter the time, powerful families like to use marriage to ensure the benefits between the families. This was also one of the important reasons why many families prospered for so long. He also thought so in his heart. This time, he came here to use his second brother's name to marry Zhao Yu, because no matter if it failed or succeeded, there was no loss. If the Zhao family rejected, then it meant that the Zhao family might really be related to Zhang Feng. If they agreed, then the Gao family would have one more ally. So, no matter what the result was, there was no loss to him. At most, he was just using Gao Ming. But the two ladies didn't know this. They just wanted to chase Gao Ming away. Gao Ming, just give up. Both of us sisters will never marry into the Gao family. Zhao Yu hugged Zhao Ru'er's arm and glared at Gao Ming with her beautiful eyes. Ladies, don't be so absolute. Gao Ming waved his folding fan and revealed a playful smile, this matter can only be decided by Master Zhao. You too, Just as he finished speaking, footsteps came from not far away. A middle-aged man walked over, second lady, third lady, Master invites you to the main hall. As he spoke, the middle-aged man noticed Gao Ming and cupped his hands, young Master Gao, why are you here? Housekeeper Zhao is too polite. Gao Ming closed his fan and smiled proudly, you said that Master Zhao is in the main hall, right? Good, I have something to ask Master Zhao. As he spoke, he waved his hand and signaled for the servants to follow him to the main hall. Zhao Yu was a little anxious. She stomped her foot and asked, Butler, why did you tell this guy about father's whereabouts? Housekeeper Zhao was a little confused. He only came to inform the two young misses and didn't tell Gao Ming anything. He was at a loss, so he could only bow and say, third young miss, this lowly one didn't tell young Master Gao about Master's whereabouts. Zhao Yu realized that she was having a hard time explaining things to the housekeeper. She turned to Zhao Ru and asked, second sister, what do we do now? Zhao Ru'er's beautiful eyes flickered as she spoke, come, let's go to the main hall to take a look. Alright, let's go. Zhao Yu pulled Zhao Ru'er's arm and ran towards the main hall. In the hall, Gao Ming was talking and laughing with a middle-aged man. This man was the head of the Zhao family. Zhao de Zhao Yu rushed into the hall and glared at Gao Ming. Then, she strode to Zhao De and said angrily, Father, why did you let this guy into the hall? Zhao De frowned and said unhappily, this young Master Gao is an important guest. How can you speak to him like that? As he spoke, he turned to look at Gao Ming and smiled faintly, young Master Gao, my daughter is naughty. Please forgive her. Gao Ming waved his folding fan and smiled nonchalantly, old Master Zhao, you must be joking. You, and I have been playmates since we were young. Why would I be angry? Who's your playmate? Shameless. Zhao Yu glared at Gao Ming, then turned around and pulled Zhao Ru to sit in front of Zhao De. They were here to stop this guy from proposing marriage. They couldn't leave now. Young Master Gao, these two daughters have been spoiled by old man. If there's any conflict between them, I hope you don't mind. Zhao De glared at the two girls, then looked at Gao Ming and said, young Master Gao, may I know what's the matter? Gao Ming smiled faintly and gestured for the servant to open the gift box. Then, he said, I'm here to propose marriage on behalf of my second brother. Hearing this, Zhao De's eyebrows twitched. This wasn't a good sign. Although he also wanted to marry off his two daughters, he had never thought of marrying them to the Gao family. Moreover, the second son of the Gao family didn't have a good reputation. He was a typical hedonistic son, famous even in Jiangnan. If he married off one of his daughters, who knew how much suffering they would have to suffer? However, it didn't seem appropriate to reject him directly. After thinking about it, he asked, I wonder if young Master Gao has taken a liking to my daughter? Zhao Yu and Zhao Ru both clutched the corners of their clothes nervously. They were afraid that he was talking about them. This was because they didn't know what their father was thinking. Even if they knew, if the Gao family brought out some huge benefits, who knew if their father would agree? This was something that couldn't be predicted. They both looked at Gao Ming, as if they wanted to get something out of him. However, Gao Ming smiled and said, Uncle Zhao, my second brother likes the third miss, Zhao Yu. He hopes to marry her. Chapter 2106. Actually, Gao Jian did not know about this at all, and there was no such thing as liking or not liking. It was all planned by him. First of all, Zhao Yu was unruly and willful. If Gao Jian really married her, then he would be able to restrain Gao Jian, and he would not have any worries. Even if he did not marry her, he would be able to find out news about Zhang Feng. This was killing two birds with one stone. However, these words were different in Zhao Yu's ears. She felt like her head was about to explode. She wanted to marry Gao Jian? What the hell was this Gao Jian? He was a bastard that everyone in Jiangnan knew. How could she marry a bastard? She stood up abruptly and pointed at Gao Ming angrily. Gao Ming, give up. I won't marry that bastard brother of yours. As she spoke, she stepped forward and half knelt in front of Zhao De. Father, I don't want to marry Gao Jian. You have to help me. Zhao Ru also stepped forward and half knelt in front of Zhao De like Zhao Yu. Father, you can't push sister into the fire pit. Looking at his two daughters, Zhao De felt a little uncomfortable. Of course, he knew that Gao Jian was a bastard. No matter what, he would not let his daughters marry into the Gao family. Moreover, he was a madman who spoiled his daughters. Ever since his first wife died, he had been unconditionally good to his two daughters. How could he let his daughters marry into the Gao family? However, Gao Ming was still sitting here, and these two girls came forward to beg. This put him in a difficult position. He could only help his two beloved daughters up and said with a doting face, Father has his own plans. You can leave first. No, I want to stay here and listen. Zhao Yu wiped her tears and pulled Zhao Ru with a stubborn face. Sister and I will stay here and listen. As they spoke, they returned to their seats and looked at Zhao De expectantly. Zhao De sighed and looked at Gao Ming. Young Master Gao, as you can see, my Yu does not want to marry into the Gao family. Gao Ming frowned, faintly feeling that something was wrong. This Zhao Yu wanted to use Zhao De to send him off. He thought for a moment and said, Uncle Zhao, since ancient times, marriage has always been decided by the parents and the matchmaker. Moreover, uncle, you have not seen your nephew's betrothal gift. As he spoke, he took out a few pieces of paper from the gift box and handed them over. Zhao De didn't want to take it at first, but seeing Gao Ming holding it up like that, he couldn't reject it directly. He picked it up and glanced at it. Suddenly, his pupils shrank as if he had seen something unbelievable. It turned out that these pieces of paper were all land deeds, and they were all in the best locations in Jiangnan. They belonged to the kind of places that money couldn't buy. There was also a piece of paper with silver, gold, silk, and so on written on it. Zhao De's eyes widened. For a moment, he even wanted to agree to this marriage. This was because the betrothal gifts were too generous. If the Zhao family accepted these gifts, they might be able to monopolize the top of the 7 families. But on second thought, she was marrying a hedonistic young master. If you were to marry him, she would definitely have a hard time. But looking at the land deeds in his hand, he was a little hesitant. Gao Ming seemed to have expected this result. He waved his folding fan and had the air of an elegant young master. "Uncle, this time, the Gao family is willing to offer 1/3 of our properties, 500,000 strings of silver, and 50,000 bolts of silk as the betrothal gifts. Please consider it carefully." "Gao Ming, stop showing off. I won't marry into the Gao family." Zhao Yu glared at Gao Ming, then turned around and hugged Zhao Da's arm. She begged, "Father, don't hesitate. I don't want to marry Gao Ming." Pulled back to reality, Zhao Da looked deeply at Zhao Yu. You, don't be so arrogant. Let me think about it first." "Think about it?" Zhao Yu's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that father really wanted to marry her to Gao Ming? Or was he bewitched by the generous betrothal gifts? She was a little scared. She knelt in front of Zhao Da and cried, "Father, I don't want to marry Gao Ming. You know what kind of person Gao Ming is. If I marry him, my life will be ruined." Seeing this, Zhao Ru hurried forward and begged, "Father, don't marry my sister to Gao Ming. I beg you." Zhao Da sighed and slumped on the chair. He didn't know how to respond. Of course, he didn't want you, to marry into the Gao family. But, the betrothal gifts offered by the Gao family were too generous. If the Zhao family accepted them, they could become the head of the 7 families. To him, the head of the Zhao family, this was undoubtedly a huge temptation. As long as the Zhao family became the head of the 7 families, they could control Jiangnan from now on. Even if they couldn't get the support of the Li family of Zhao County, they could still form their own family. At this moment, he really hoped that his daughter would consider the Zhao family and agree to this marriage. But he knew that was impossible. Yu had been arrogant since she was young. How could she marry Gao Ming? He was very distressed and began to think about how to persuade Zhao Yu. Chapter 2107. Gao Ming smiled and snorted, "Miss Yu, you don't want to marry my second brother. Are you looking down on my Gao family?" Zhao Yu glanced at Gao Ming and said fiercely, "So what if I look down on your Gao family? Anyway, I won't marry into your Gao family. You can give up." Gao Ming's expression changed slightly. His fingers clenched the paper fan so tightly that it almost deformed. After a while, his expression became slightly better. He snorted and said, "Miss Yu, no matter what your reason is, you must give my Gao family an explanation today. My Gao family will not be trampled on by others." Zhao Yu pointed at Gao Ming angrily and choked for a moment. She knew that the Gao family's power was basically on par with the Zhao family. If she offended the Gao family today, she was afraid that she would be targeted in the future. However, her lifelong happiness could not be ruined in the hands of the Gao family. Explanation? After thinking for a moment, she had an idea and raised her eyebrows. "Explanation, right? Well, I have someone I like. Do you hear me?" Gao Ming's eyes widened in disbelief. He knew that although Zhao Yu was arrogant, she rarely dealt with strange men. Moreover, no man could stand this unruly temper, unless he coveted the Zhao family's status. Could it be Zhang Feng, that brat? Yes, it must be that brat. Didn't this bastard say that he was looking for you, in Jiangnan? Now that Zhao Yu confessed without being pressed, there must be something behind it. No, he had to be very careful when dealing with this Zhang Feng in the future. With the Zhao family behind him, it would be difficult to touch him. No, this Zhang Feng said that he wanted to do business in Jiangnan and even wanted to take over the business of the 7 families. Could it be that the Zhao family was behind all this? In an instant, thousands of thoughts had changed in his mind. Zhao De did not think so much, but he was stunned. Because he really could not understand how Yu could have someone she liked. Usually, when she went out on the streets, it was the servants and maids who followed her. How could she have the chance to interact with men? It was impossible for her to have someone she liked. Then there was only one possibility. This damn girl was lying to Gao Ming. She wanted to find an excuse to return the betrothal gift. In that instant, he actually felt a little disappointed. As long as Gao Ming agreed, the betrothal gifts would be gone. It would be extremely difficult for the Zhao family to become the head of the 7 great families. But at the same time, he was glad that his daughter didn't have to marry Gao Jian. Just like that, complicated emotions lingered in his heart. Zhao Ru'er was different. She was purely happy for Zhao Yu-er. As long as her younger sister did not marry into the Gao family, she could say anything. She glanced at Gao Ming and said coldly, "Gao Ming, did you hear that? My little sister already has someone she likes. She won't marry into the Gao family." Gao Ming's face had already turned the color of pig liver. He glanced at Zhao Yu-er and said coldly, "So what if you don't marry into the Gao family? Your Zhao family shouldn't be so arrogant." After saying that, he snorted coldly and turned to walk out of the door. Zhao Yu heaved a long sigh of relief. Only now did she feel relieved. "Sister, thank you so much." With that, she turned to Zhao De and said apologetically, "Father, I'm sorry. I ruined the relationship between our 2 families." Zhao De frowned. He was just thinking about it. Now that Gao Ming had left, what else could he say? He smiled bitterly. "Forget it. This matter will end here. When will you find someone to send the deed back to the Gao family?" "Thank you, father." Zhao Yu-er nodded with a bitter face. "If there's nothing else, we'll take our leave first." After saying that, she pulled Zhao Ru'er's arm and walked out of the door. The 2 returned to the boudoir in silence. Zhao Ru'er held Zhao Yu-er's hand and asked, "Sister, was what you said just now true? Do you have someone you like?" Zhao Yu-er was stunned. A figure unconsciously appeared in her mind. She didn't know why that annoying guy would appear. She quickly shook her head. "Sister, I was just lying to Gao Ming. If I didn't say that, why would that guy leave?" Zhao Ru'er nodded. "All right then. Don't go out for the time being. Otherwise, the Gao family will find trouble with you." "Don't let me go out? How is that possible?" Zhao Yu shook her head vigorously. She was someone who couldn't stay idle. If she stayed at home every day, wouldn't she be bored to death? "Sister, I'm doing this for your own good. Otherwise, what if the Gao family takes revenge on you?" Zhao Ru'er held Zhao Yu-er's hand and persuaded her earnestly. However, Zhao Yu-er didn't seem to care at all. She waved her hand and said, "Why would I be afraid of the Gao family? Just that bastard Gao Jian. If he dares to find trouble with me, I'll kick him to death. Besides, that brat Zhang Feng hasn't been dealt with yet. You have to wait for me to deal with that brat first." "Why are you still thinking about Zhang Feng?" Zhao Ru'er said helplessly. "What do you mean I'm still thinking about that brat?" Zhao Yu said coquettishly. "I want to settle the score with that brat." "Forget it, I can't explain it to you. I'll go see if that brat has been caught." Chapter 2108. With that, she got up and walked out the door. "Wait, I'll go with you." Zhao Ru'er quickly got up and followed her. She felt that the Gao family wouldn't let this go so easily. It was safer to go together. What if her little sister was in danger after leaving the Zhao family? Zhao Yu laughed and pulled Zhao Ru'er to the front yard. She saw a large group of servants squatting on the ground with their hands covering their faces. They looked like they were in pain. Zhao Yu strode forward and glanced at the servants. She saw that their faces were bruised and swollen with blood dripping from the corners of their mouths. She was instantly enraged and shouted at the top of her lungs, "Who did this? Which bastard dared to hit the servants of the Zhao family?" The leader, Xiao Zhao, quickly got up and said while covering his bruised face, "Miss, it's the brat who bumped into your carriage. You have to avenge us." "Ah!" Zhao Yu clenched her fist and shouted. Her eyes were about to spit fire. Zhang Feng, it's that brat again. He dared to hit my servants. With that, she glanced at the crowd. Let's go. Let's go find this brat immediately. I must beat him up today to vent my anger. When Xiao Zhao heard this, the blood in his body seemed to boil. He quickly said, Miss, that brat seems to be opening a shop. It's on the main street now. Zhao Yuer bit her cheek and waved her hand. Let's go and catch this brat. Seeing this, Zhao Ru'er quickly stopped Zhao Yuer and said gently, Little sister, why don't we wait a few days? You just offended Gao Ming. Be careful of being ambushed. Zhao Yuer snorted and said with disdain, Gao Ming wouldn't dare even if you gave him 2 guts. Big sister, if you're afraid, you don't have to come. As she spoke, she took small steps and ran out of the door, followed by a group of servants. Zhao Ru'er panicked. What if something happened? She hurriedly followed him out. The group of people crossed the street and came to a shop. Zhao Yuer glanced at the shop and looked at Xiao Zhao with a gloomy face. Xiao Zhao, are you sure this brat is inside? Xiao Zhao took a look and nodded seriously. Miss, I'm sure. This brat doesn't have many people, but each of them can fight better than the other. Trash. Zhao Yuer cursed inwardly. She waved her hand and said, Come, follow me inside. After saying that, she led a group of people into the shop. As soon as he stepped in, he saw the fellow from before sitting on a chair with a look of enjoyment on his face. She was instantly enraged and wanted to curse out loud, but when she recalled the scene in the carriage just now, she couldn't help but blush. She scolded, Brat, get up and accept your death. Zhang Feng was originally resting with his eyes closed. When he heard the voice, he subconsciously opened his eyes. When he saw that it was the girl from before, his pupils involuntarily shrank as he shouted, Why is it you? Why are you here? This voice quickly attracted the attention of Hao Chujun and the others. They all gathered around and looked at Zhao Yuer and Zhao Ru'er as they discussed incessantly. Gao Can pointed at Zhao Yuer and smiled. This girl is the one Feng Zi beat up? It's this girl. Yuqi Baoqing nodded and said with a face full of gossip, At first, this girl wanted to beat up Feng Zi, but in the end, Feng Zi pressed her down on the carriage and beat her up. And the place he hit was even there. Hao Chujun frowned. This girl can't be here to seek revenge, right? Hearing the surrounding voices, Zhao Yuer's pretty face couldn't help but redden. In her heart, she had already cursed Zhang Feng 1,000,000 times. Why did this bastard always tell others about everything? Now, so many people actually knew about it. How was she going to survive in Jiangnan in the future? She wanted nothing more than to find a hole to hide in. But, since she was already here, she couldn't just leave like this, right? She helplessly tugged at Zhao Ru'er's sleeve, preparing to ask her sister for help. After being sisters for so many years, Zhao Ru naturally understood her sister's intentions. But, listening to the discussion, something didn't seem right. It seemed that her sister had crashed into someone's carriage and wanted to beat him up. In the end, she was beaten up, and the place she hit was even that place. Now, she called servants to seek revenge? This seemed to be a bit too much. Looking at the situation, she cupped her hands and said to Zhang Feng, Prince Zhang, I'm Yuer's sister. Today's matter was purely a misunderstanding. What misunderstanding? Zhao Yuer hurriedly pulled Zhao Ru'er back and turned to look at Zhang Feng. She coldly snorted. Zhang, you beat up my servants just now. How do you want to settle this? So these servants are yours? Zhang Feng glanced at the crowd behind Zhao Yuer and sneered. Just now, these servants of yours wanted to beat me up. I haven't even settled the score with you yet, but you're playing the blame game again. I haven't even settled the score with you for what happened in the carriage just now, and you dare to come again? Zhao Yuer's pretty face reddened, but quickly recovered. She coquettishly said, Zhang, don't mention what happened in the carriage. I haven't settled the score with you yet. You want to settle the score after biting me? Zhang Feng glared at Zhao Yu, as if he was looking at an idiot. Chapter 2109. As soon as he said that, everyone looked at Zhang Feng as if they had seen a whole new world. Even Zhao Ru'er widened her eyes and looked at Zhang Feng curiously. Although she knew that her sister had a conflict with Zhang Feng, she did not know that her sister had bitten Zhang Feng. Now she was curious. Did her sister bite Zhang Feng's private part? Sensing everyone's gazes, Zhang Feng felt a little uncomfortable. He rolled up his sleeves and said, "Let me show you." This was bitten by that unruly girl. As he said that, he extended his arm towards Zhao Ru'er. "Look, this is what your good sister did." Zhao Ru'er took a closer look and saw a purplish-green scar. The bite mark was about the size of a fingernail. She couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. How much strength did this little sister use? How could it leave such a big scar? Wasn't this too cruel? What revenge was there to talk about? It was good enough that she did not take revenge. She turned to look at Zhao Yu and pursed her lips. "Sister, this." Zhao Yu blushed and looked at the wound on Zhang Feng's arm. She said coquettishly, "You reaped what you sowed. Who told you to hit me there?" All right. Zhang Feng waved his hand impatiently. "I don't want to talk to you so much. Hurry up and leave with your servants before you get beaten up again." "You," Zhao Yu's face turned red. She said indignantly, "You dare to look down on the servants of the Zhao family?" As she spoke, she turned her head and swept a glance at the servants, berating, "Everyone, go together and capture that arrogant brat." Hearing that, everyone rubbed their palms together as if they were ready to avenge the humiliation they had suffered. However, when they saw that the big guy was also ready, their faces changed and they subconsciously took half a step back. Xiao Zhao, who was the leader, retreated to the center and looked timidly at the opposite side, not daring to make a sound. He was beaten up badly just now. How would he dare to go forward now? That would be courting death. There was no movement for a long time. Zhao Yu turned her head to take a look and saw that everyone was trembling. Her eyes were about to spit fire. She shouted angrily, "You guys don't even listen to my orders? Is it because you haven't been beaten enough?" Little Zhao looked at Zhao Yu with a bitter expression and stammered, "Miss, it's not that we don't want to listen to you, but these guys are too strong. We're no match for them." Zhao Yu stomped her foot angrily. She really wanted to beat this guy up. But now that she was in someone else's territory, she could only endure it. She turned her head to look at Zhang Feng and coldly snorted, "Stinking brat, you better remember this. This matter is not over. I will come back to settle accounts with you next time." Zhang Feng smiled and said in a strange tone, "If you don't dare to fight, then you don't dare to fight. Who doesn't know how to say tough words? Just now, I don't know how many tough words you said, but I didn't see you being that strong." "You," Zhao Yu clenched her fists and glared at Zhang Feng with her beautiful round eyes. For a long time, she was speechless. Indeed, her side was now at a disadvantage. How could she catch this brat? But it wasn't appropriate for her to leave just like that. She glared at Zhang Feng fiercely and said, "Stinking brat, if you dare, let's fight again." Zhang Feng chuckled, "What? Do you want to be spanked again?" Zhao Yu's pretty face turned red. For a moment, she didn't know how to talk back. Seeing this, Zhao Ru patted Zhao Yu's shoulder and said, "Don't say anything." After saying that, she looked at Zhang Feng and snorted, "Prince Zhang, you hit my sister last time, and she bit you back. We're even now. Just now, you hit my Zhao family's servant. We'll settle accounts later." Zhang Feng smiled. She still wanted to settle accounts? Did she feel that she hadn't been beaten enough? However, he felt that this woman was more sensible, unlike that unruly young miss. He softened his tone and said, "Miss, go back and persuade your sister. Since there's nothing else, you can leave. Zhao Ru glared at Zhang Feng, then turned to Zhao Yu and said, Sister, let's go. Zhao Yu couldn't say anything else. She rolled her eyes at Zhang Feng and led the servants away. Glancing at the departing figures, Zhang Feng turned and waved at the crowd, Don't just stand there. Pack up and go back. We'll open for business tomorrow. Gao Kan came over with a grin, Feng Zi, why did that girl keep finding trouble with you? Don't tell me she likes you. Shoo shoo shoo, Zhang Feng rolled his eyes at Gao Kan and said impatiently, Why do you have so many things to do in one day? You don't worry about what you should worry about. You only know how to talk about useless things. You brat, Gao Kan rolled his eyes at Zhang Feng and turned to pack up. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, the room was almost cleaned up. Zhang Feng glanced around and left with everyone. Back in the mansion, everyone gathered in the main hall. Zhang Feng lit a cigarette and took a deep breath. Then, he looked at Yuqi Baolin and said, Baolin, take some people and watch over the house tonight. This place is not like Chang'an. We've just arrived and we've already offended the Gao and Zhao families. For safety's sake, take some people and keep watch for the night. Chapter 21:10. Yuqi Baolin nodded. Don't worry, Fengzi. I know what I'm doing. I'll go after some rest. Zhang Feng nodded slightly, then looked at Hao Chujun. Chujun, have you prepared the Xian paper and other things? Hao Chujun cupped his hands. Teacher, don't worry. I've already prepared everything. We're just waiting for tomorrow to open. Good, Zhang Feng nodded and said seriously, although there aren't any problems now, everyone should be more vigilant tonight just in case the Gao family and the Zhao family come to cause trouble. Jia Daoran nodded. Don't worry, master. I've already arranged for people to guard the house and the shop. Nothing will happen tonight. I hope so. Zhang Feng realized that he had become more cautious after coming to Jiangnan. However, this wasn't a bad thing. After all, the 7 families were eyeing this place covetously. It was better to be careful. After the conversation ended, Jia Daoran led a group of guards to patrol the night. This was something he had to do every night. Ever since the news was leaked last time, he realized that someone from the Gao family had snuck into the house. Since then, he had taken the initiative to bring his guards to patrol the area at night, trying his best to prevent anyone from entering. You two go over there and take a look. Jia Daoran pointed to the corner and said to the 2 guards. The guards nodded and crept along the corner. After a while, they said, No one. Go over there. Jia Daoran nodded, then waved his hand and walked to the other side. Just as they left, a black shadow flashed out. After glancing at Jia Daoran's back, it flipped over the courtyard wall. The black shadow was very fast. In just a moment, it had passed through several streets. Finally, it pushed open the back door of the Gao family and hurriedly went in. Passing through the corridor, the black shadow pushed open a door and strode in. Sitting inside was Gao Ming. He was holding a teacup as if he already knew that the black shadow was going to come in. He glanced at it indifferently. How is it? Did you find out anything? The black shadow's head was lowered, and no expression could be seen. After a while, it stammered, Young master, the Zhang family is usually guarded by guards. Even at night, there are guards patrolling. This lowly one, Gao Ming's expression changed slightly, and he said word by word, Are you trying to say that you didn't get any information? The black shadow shuddered. He didn't know what to say, so he just nodded. Gao Ming was instantly enraged. He raised his teacup and threw it at the black shadow's feet. You piece of trash. You can't even do a little thing. Have I been too relaxed with you recently? The black shadow was so scared that he immediately knelt on the ground and kept kowtowing, Young master, please spare my life, young master, please spare my life, Gao Ming snorted coldly. Just as it was about to speak, the door was pushed open again. A servant walked in. The servant glanced at the black shadow, then looked at Gao Ming and cupped his hands. "Young master, I have something important to report." Gao Ming exhaled, glanced at the black shadow, and said coldly, "Get lost." The black shadow nodded as if he had been granted amnesty. Then, he hurriedly retreated. Only then did Gao Ming look at the servant and say in all seriousness, "Speak. What is it?" "Young master, didn't you ask me to inquire about that Zhang Feng? There's news." The servant cupped his hands and revealed a flattering smile. "What news? Speak quickly." Gao Ming's pupils shrank, and he said anxiously. The servant smiled and said with a fawning face, "Young master, I heard that Zhang Feng seemed to have brought people to check out a shop today." "He seems to have bought that shop." "Impossible." Gao Ming's face changed, and he said in disbelief, "I've already sent people to greet all the shops around. No one dared to sell him a shop. Where did he get this house?" Indeed, he had already asked the servant to tell all the shops that they couldn't sell to Zhang Feng. Those shops had also guaranteed that they would never sell to Zhang Feng. Now, how could Zhang Feng have a shop? Could it be, was the Zhao family making trouble? It was very likely that when he went to the Zhao family to propose marriage today, Zhao Yu said that she already had someone she liked. Combined with the reason why Zhang Feng came to Jiangnan, this was very likely the Zhao family's doing. However, the Zhao family should know that Zhang Feng had made a solemn vow. There was no need to offend the Gao family for one Zhang Feng. This was not wise at all. Could it be that there was more to this than meets the eye? After thinking about it, he quickly asked, "Who sold this house to Zhang Feng?" The servant frowned and said after a while, "I didn't find out, but I did find out that Zhang Feng went to the Yang family." The Yang family? Gao Ming clenched his fist, and his teeth creaked. No wonder Zhang Feng had a house. It turned out that the Yang family was messing around. Was the Yang family tired of living? At this moment, he was really angry. But soon, he thought of another question. Why did the Yang family help Zhang Feng? As far as he knew, Zhang Feng had no relationship with the Yang family. But why did Zhang Feng get in touch with the Yang family as soon as he came to Jiangnan? Chapter 21:11. Moreover, the Yang family had even given Zhang Feng a house. Did the Yang family not know that Zhang Feng had made a vow and had become the enemy of the Gao family? To help Zhang Feng at this juncture, did the Yang family have something to rely on? Or did the Yang family want to bet on Zhang Feng? Unable to figure out the mystery, he could only ask, what is the relationship between Zhang Feng and the Yang family? The servant frowned and paused for a while before saying, "Young master, why didn't we find out? We only know that Zhang Feng and that old man Wang Shi went to the Yang family and came out with a house." Wang Shi? Gao Ming slapped the table and his face turned red. After all this time, it was Wang Shi who helped Zhang Feng get in touch with the Yang family. Wang Shi was nothing, but if Zhang Feng got in touch with the Yang family, it would be difficult to deal with him in the future. In Jiangnan, other than the 6 families, only the Yang family dared to go against the Gao family. Although the Yang family's power was small, they still had the ability to go against the Gao family. It seemed that he needed to find other families to join forces. Otherwise, Zhang Feng would only get bigger and bigger. Thinking about it, he asked, "What does Zhang Feng's shop sell? When will it open?" Hearing this, the servant seemed to be interested. He chuckled and said, "Zhang Feng sells paper. He will open tomorrow." Paper? Gao Ming's eyes widened as if he had heard something unbelievable. Then, he laughed, "Ha ha ha, this Zhang Feng actually sells paper. Doesn't he know that Jiangnan's Xian paper is famous? Selling paper now is asking for humiliation." Jiangnan's Xian paper was indeed famous throughout the country. Even the imperial palace used Jiangnan's Xian paper to write memorials. Moreover, the Gao family was also involved in the Xian paper industry. He was very confident that he could beat Zhang Feng's paper into a pulp. The servant chuckled. "Young master, you're right. This Zhang Feng actually dares to come to Jiangnan to sell rice paper. He's simply courting death. Doesn't he know that Jiangnan is the source of all the rice paper in the world?" Gao Ming was very pleased with these words and nodded with satisfaction. "Well said, but since he wants to sell paper, let's go see what he can do tomorrow." The servant cupped his hands and smiled flatteringly. "Yes, young master, then this servant will go and prepare." As he spoke, he pushed open the door and slowly walked out. Gao Ming put its hands behind its back and slowly walked to the window. It revealed a devilish smile and said, "Zhang Feng, starting tomorrow, the battle between us will begin. Are you ready?" Ha ha ha. It was night, and the sky was filled with stars. They were like bright sparks, and each star seemed to represent a person. They competed with each other to illuminate the land. The night passed quickly. Zhang Feng woke up early and went to the hall. He saw that Jia Daoran was already waiting there. He went forward and asked, "Old Jia, is everyone ready?" Jia Daoran nodded. Baolin and Baoqing have gone to prepare the carriage. Gao Kan and Hao Chujun are packing some trivial things. As soon as he finished speaking, Yuqi Baolin strode in. "Feng Zi, everything is ready. When do we leave?" Zhang Feng glanced outside and saw that it was about time. He said, "Let's go now. It's better to go early. You guys go and inform Hao Chujun and the others." As he spoke, he quickly walked out of the door. There were already 5 carriages parked at the door. 4 of them were used to carry paper, and 1 was used to carry people. Zhang Feng glanced around and saw that there were no problems. He sat in the carriage. Not long after, Gao Kan and the others came out and drove the carriage to the shop. When they arrived at the shop, everyone arranged the paper and began to wait for customers. Today was the first time they were selling paper in Jiangnan, so they needed to build a good reputation. Otherwise, it would be difficult to buy paper in Jiangnan in the future. However, after waiting for a long time, no one came. Looking at the dense crowd of people on the street, Zhang Feng was a little anxious. He turned his head and glanced at everyone. Think of a way. No one is coming. Hao Chujun's eyes turned and said, "Teacher, why don't we put all the paper at the door? Maybe people will come if they see it." Zhang Feng nodded and said with a face full of praise, "That's a good idea. Let's try it." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone immediately began to move some of the paper to the door. As soon as they moved it out, it immediately attracted the attention of a group of people. Taking this opportunity, Hao Chujun wantonly promoted, "Everyone, come and see. This paper is better than Xian paper." Hearing this, everyone's interest seemed to be attracted. They all went forward to check it out. Many people held the paper and studied it. A young man dressed like a scholar touched the paper in his hand. His eyes widened and he exclaimed, "What paper is this? Why is it softer than Xian paper?" When the surrounding people heard this, they all showed an expression of disbelief. They also picked up the paper and studied it. Not long after, there were a lot of exclamations. Chapter 21:12. This is even better than Xian paper. It's actually so soft. Yeah, this is nothing compared to Xian paper. If this kind of paper was produced earlier, we would have started selling it long ago. Why did you only start selling such good paper now? I wasted so much Xian paper in the past. Waves of exclamations entered Zhang Feng's ears, and his lips curled into a satisfied smile. If one wanted to do business in Jiangnan, one must first build a good reputation. There was no doubt about that. Obviously, the reputation of the paper had already begun to spread. He seemed to see the image of the paper industry dominating Jiangnan in the future. However, at this moment, a displeased voice sounded, "What kind of paper can be compared to Xian paper? I think you're just exaggerating." Hearing this, the crowd couldn't help but feel a little angry because most of the people standing there were scholars. In their opinion, the quality of the paper directly affected the writing. If it was a bad paper, the words written on it would scatter and not gather, and there would be no way to write a book. If it was a good paper, it would be smooth but not slippery, gathering but not scattering, and it would be perfect for writing a book. Now, someone actually dared to say that the paper was bad? They all turned around and wanted to refute, but they were dumbfounded when they saw who it was. It was the eldest son of the Gao family, Gao Ming. He was someone they couldn't afford to offend, so they could only shrink their heads and retreat far away. Gao Ming glanced at the crowd and snorted coldly. He waved the folding fan in his hand, then looked at Zhang Feng. "I presume this is Prince Zhang?" Zhang Feng frowned. He couldn't remember who this person was. There was no trace of this person in his memory. Why did he recognize him now? How could he even call his name? Just as he was wondering, Jia Daoran quietly leaned forward and whispered, "Master, this person is the eldest son of the Gao family, Gao Ming." Zhang Feng instantly understood. So this guy was from the Gao family. Then, wasn't Gao Jian his younger brother? No wonder this guy sent someone to follow him and eavesdrop on him last time. Why did he come this time? Did he want to ruin his stall? To avenge Gao Jian? After giving it some thought, he smiled and said, "Young Master Gao, you're famous. I wonder why you've come to my shop today." Gao Ming glanced at the paper on the table and smiled faintly. "I heard that Prince Zhang is going to sell paper today, so I specially came to take a look. If it's good, I'll also buy 2 caddies to try it out." As he spoke, his hand reached for the paper. "Wait." Gao Can stood up and glared at Gao Ming with disdain. "I see that you're up to no good. Go away." Gao Ming retracted his hand and looked at Zhang Feng. He smiled and said, "Prince Zhang, is this how you treat your guests?" Zhang Feng actually didn't want Gao Ming to come to the shop. He didn't even want this guy to touch paper. Thinking about it, this fellow had sent someone to infiltrate the Zhang mansion with the intention of eavesdropping. From this, it could be seen that this Gao Ming was not a good person. Later on, this guy even told all the shops in the city not to sell to him. This was an even more sinister move. With all these things combined, it could be seen that Gao Ming was a vicious person. People like this should stay away from as far as possible. Otherwise, they might kill you one day. But of all things, he just had to fight with Gao Ming. Now, he still had to look at the paper. If he didn't let this guy see it, it would be equivalent to telling everyone that the Zhang family treated them differently. It would be difficult to sell paper in the future. However, if this guy saw it, he might use another sinister move later on. After thinking about it, he smiled and said, "Young Master Gao, if you want to see it, then go ahead." As he spoke, he pulled Gao Can behind him. The latter looked reluctant. However, no one cared about his emotions now. Everyone's eyes were focused on Gao Ming. They saw Gao Ming pick up a piece of paper and touch it. His face instantly fell. However, he quickly regained his calm side. In fact, he had been greatly shocked in his heart. He couldn't believe that there was such good paper in this world. Whether it was the smoothness or whiteness, it was far better than rice paper. It was even better than the best rice paper. How in the world did this happen? What was the recipe? If he had this recipe, the Gao family would definitely be ranked as the #1 family in Jiangnan. At this moment, he had the urge to take the recipe for himself. However, he knew that the recipe must be in Zhang Feng's hands. At this moment, he still had to solve the problem of this paper. The scholars behind him had already seen this paper. If he didn't stop it, this paper would become popular in Jiangnan in less than a day. This wasn't a good thing for the Gao family. After thinking about it, he put down the paper and sneered, "I thought this was some good paper. It turns out that it's just some mediocre paper." You dare to sell this in Jiangnan? As soon as he said this, everyone's eyes widened. They felt that they had heard wrongly. This was obviously better than rice paper. Why did this Gao Ming have to lie through his teeth? Those with sharp eyes quickly saw the truth. This Gao Ming had a conflict with Zhang Feng. He obviously came here to cause trouble. Otherwise, why would he say this? Chapter 21:13. Zhang Feng's heart was the same as mirrors. This Gao Ming obviously had bad intentions. As long as he said that the paper wasn't good, many scholars would give up on buying the paper out of fear of the Gao family's power, and the paper wouldn't be able to be sold. He was furious and was about to argue with Gao Ming when Yuqi Baoqing couldn't stand the loneliness and jumped out first. Gao Ming, you're F***king slandering us. Our paper is obviously better than Xian paper, but you're still farting here. What do you mean? Gao Ming snorted and said with disdain, I said that this paper isn't as good as Xian paper. Why? Is there anyone who doesn't agree? As he said that, he glanced at the people behind him. Sensing the cold gaze, everyone lowered their heads. How would they dare to say anything? The most powerful family here was the Gao family. Who would dare to say anything? Even if everyone felt that this paper was better than Xian paper, they didn't dare to refute. Zhang Feng could see that these people were afraid of the Gao family's power. None of them dared to say anything. Since that was the case, he might as well make a big deal out of it. Thinking about that, he sneered. Gao Ming, don't think that you can stop me with this. As he said that, he looked at the crowd and shouted, Today, I, Zhang Feng, am willing to give all the paper for everyone to use. Please take it yourselves. You can have as much as you want. Free? Everyone's eyes widened, suspecting that they had heard wrongly. This paper was free just because he said so? How much was this? They all looked at the paper on the table, their eyes bloodshot. They couldn't wait to take all the paper for themselves. However, they thought of a serious problem. This Gao family's young master kept saying that this paper wasn't as good as Xian paper. They had all touched it with their own hands and knew the quality of the paper. The key was that Gao Ming's words had completely stopped them. If they went up to take the paper, wouldn't they be going against the Gao family? Would they lose their lives for a few pieces of paper? That was obviously unwise. However, this paper was better than Xian paper. For scholars like them, this was undoubtedly a huge temptation. Moreover, these papers didn't even cost money. It was simply a free lunch. Right now, they were like starving people. There was delicious food in front of them, but they couldn't eat it. They were as anxious as monkeys scratching an itch. And all of this was caused by Gao Ming. He personally said that the paper was not good, which made everyone stop. In fact, he was also very uneasy in his heart, because he did not expect this Zhang Feng to be so ruthless. He was actually willing to give up this good opportunity to make a fortune for a good reputation. This was because he knew just how crazy the scholars of Jiangnan were. In order to obtain good brushes and ink, they didn't hesitate to sell their family property. As long as Zhang Feng raised the price now, there would certainly be a large group of scholars buying. However, the premise was that he wasn't here. But now, it was a different story. Even if Zhang Feng did it for free, not many people would dare to take it. He was quite confident about this. He sneered, Prince Zhang, look, your paper is really of poor quality. Even if it's free, no one will want it. I believe that in less than a day, your reputation will spread throughout Jiangnan. Zhang Feng was furious. He was really angry. Previously, he had sent someone to infiltrate the Zhang residence. At that time, he was still busy, so he didn't plan to pursue the matter. He didn't expect this guy to come now. This F***king directly threatened his own interests. This was absolutely intolerable. He waved his hand and said coldly, Gao Can, Bao Lin, Bao Qing, do it. Beat this guy to a pulp for Lao Tzu. Gao Can and the others had long disliked this Gao Ming. If it wasn't for Feng Zi talking to this guy, they would have already gone up. Now that they heard this, it was as if the primitive force in their bodies had been released. They all rubbed their palms together. Little brat Gao, prepare to die. Gao Can clenched his fists, and his joints cracked. Gao Ming was not a fool. Before coming out, he naturally expected this scene, so he brought many guards with him. Now that they were going to shed all pretense of cordiality, he was not afraid at all. He waved his hand, come, get ready to do it. Swish, swish, swish. Dozens of guards rushed out from the crowd. Each of them had bulging muscles and looked like they had been trained. Gao Ming sneered and pointed at Zhang Feng with his fan, all of you, go. Smash the shop first. Don't hurt him. Now that he knew that Zhang Feng was related to the Yang family and the Zhao family, he still had to be cautious. If they smashed the shop, they would at most have to pay some money. If they killed him, the Yang family and the Zhao family would come looking for them. It would be a little difficult to deal with. Hearing Gao Ming's words, the guards nodded. They rolled up their sleeves and rushed up. Gao Can and the others did not hesitate. They rushed up with their clubs. Although the other party had many people, they were not afraid at all. Yuqi Baoqing, Bao Lin, which one of them didn't fight against 10 people at once? Why would they be afraid of these people? Everyone was entangled in a fight, and shouts could be heard. More and more people gathered around. Many people even stopped doing business and gathered around to watch the fight. Some people even clapped and cheered. Chapter 21:14. At that moment, a young man in the crowd glanced at Gao Ming deeply before turning to leave. His speed was very fast. In a short while, he had passed through several streets and finally stopped in front of a mansion. He pushed open the door and strode in. When he arrived at the garden, there were 2 women sitting there. They were Zhao Yu and Zhao Ru. The young man stopped and cupped his hands. Second miss, third miss, something happened to Zhang Feng. What? Zhao Yu turned her head abruptly and asked anxiously, what happened to that brat? The young man cupped his hands and said respectfully, Gao Ming went to Zhang Feng's shop and prepared to overthrow Zhang Feng's shop. What? Zhao Yu exclaimed and stood up abruptly. Just as she was about to speak, she felt that something was wrong and blushed. That brat deserved it. Who told him to hit me? Gao Ming will teach him a lesson. She waved her hand. You can leave now. As soon as she finished speaking, she felt that she had said something wrong. She wanted to reach out and call that person back, but she found that that person had already walked far away. She sighed and felt empty in her heart. She clenched her fist and walked on the ground. Zhao Ru covered her mouth and laughed. She stood up and patted Zhao Yu on the shoulder. Little sister, are you worried about that brat Zhang Feng? Who's worried about him? Zhao Yu was like an angry hen. Her face was red and she said angrily, that brat hit me. Why would I be worried about him? I want Gao Ming to kill him. Just mentioning him makes me angry. That bastard. She stomped on the ground and muttered to herself indignantly, stomp that bastard to death. Zhao Ru seemed to have noticed something. Her little sister was worried about Zhang Feng and even had a good impression of Zhang Feng. Of course, this was just her guess or intuition. Otherwise, why would this girl be so angry when she heard Zhang Feng's name? This was not something a girl should behave like. What's more, this girl had an anxious look on her face. Although she didn't say it, her actions showed that she was worried about Zhang Feng. She smiled. Little sister, since you're so concerned about Zhang Feng, do you want to save him? Sis, Zhao Yu furrowed her brows and stomped her feet. I already said that I'm not concerned about that bastard. He even hit me last time. Have you forgotten? Zhao Ru patted Zhao Yu's jade-like shoulder and said with a playful smile, "But he hit you there." As she spoke, she glanced at Zhao Yu's lower body. Zhao Yu blushed and said coquettishly, "Sister, why are you still making fun of me? I don't want to play with you anymore." With that, she stomped her feet and pretended to leave. This stunned Zhao Ru. In the past, this unruly younger sister of hers had never acted coquettishly. Now, when Zhang Feng's name was mentioned, this little sister actually acted coquettishly? This was the first time something like this had happened. Now, she was more and more certain that this younger sister of hers had feelings for Zhang Feng. However, now that Zhang Feng seemed to be in danger, this younger sister could not bring herself to look for Zhang Feng. What should she do? Suddenly, she had an idea. She scoffed and said, "Little sister, that Zhang Feng hit you last time. How about we use this opportunity to avenge you?" Zhao Yu turned her head and asked with concern, "Sister, what do you want to do?" "Avenge you, of course." Zhao Ru smiled and pointed at her. "Didn't Gao Ming go to find trouble with Zhang Feng? I'll send a servant to help Gao Ming and use this opportunity to avenge you." With that, she deliberately walked toward the door, glancing at Zhao Yu from time to time. Zhao Yu's heart skipped a beat. If this sister went to avenge him, then Zhang Feng might be beaten to death, right? If he dies, then why am I worried about this bastard? If he dies, shouldn't I be happy? But I can't let this guy die yet. I want to avenge him. I want to avenge him with my own hands. Yes, that's it. I can't let Gao Ming avenge me, she repeatedly convinced herself in her heart. She shook her head and finally calmed down. She stepped forward and stopped Zhao Ru. "Sister, you can't go." Zhao Ru smiled proudly as if she had already guessed all this. "Little sister, I'm here to avenge you. Why don't you let me go? Do you really care about him?" "Who cares about that bastard?" Zhao Yu was still stubborn. "I just don't want that guy to die in Gao Ming's hands. I want to avenge him with my own hands." "Oh, so that's why." Zhao Ru pretended to be enlightened. In fact, she was very happy. This silly sister of hers was about to be exposed. She coughed and smiled. "Then sister, what do you think we should do?" "Sister will definitely help you. Whether it's to catch Zhang Feng or to beat him up, it's fine." Zhao Yu pursed her lips and raised her head to look at Zhao Ru. She saw the latter's evil smile. Her heart skipped a beat. Could it be that sister saw through it? No matter, finding that bastard was more important. What if he was beaten to death by Gao Ming? Chapter 21:15. She kept convincing herself. After a while, she pulled Zhao Ru's hand and said faintly, "Sister, let's go find Zhang Feng and save that one while we're at it." "Save?" Zhao Ru purposely exclaimed and looked at Zhao Yu in disbelief. "Sister, you said you don't care about Zhang Feng, but now you want to save him?" "No, no." Zhao Yu waved her hand and quickly quibbled, "I don't care about Zhang Feng, I just don't want him to die in Gao Ming's hands. If he dies, who will I seek revenge from in the future?" "So that's the case." Zhao Ru revealed a confused expression and smiled, "Then let's go." Zhao Yu was already anxious and quickly pulled Zhao Ru to the front yard. "Hurry, it'll be too late if we're late." Zhao Ru sighed. She really didn't know what to do with her sister. She clearly cared about Zhang Feng, but she refused to say anything and even showed a face full of hatred. She was simply reaping what she sowed. Passing through the corridor, the two women came to the front yard. Zhao Yu glanced at the servants and said sternly, "Everyone, follow me." The servants were guarding the door, so who dared to go out? But when they saw that it was two young ladies, they didn't dare to say anything and could only follow behind. The group of people exited the mansion in a grandiose manner and soon arrived at the store. At this moment, Zhang Feng and Gao Ming's people were in a stalemate. The two groups were locked in a fierce battle and it was hard to determine the winner. Originally, Gao Kan, Yuqi Baoqing, and Yuqi Baolin were all good fighters and they could easily defeat a few people. However, the others were not good at fighting. For example, Hao Chujun, Zhang Feng, and the rest would be beaten up if they went up. So, not only did Gao Kan and the rest have to deal with Gao Ming's people, they also had to protect Zhang Feng and the rest. Seeing this, Zhao Yu began to search for Zhang Feng in the crowd. But after searching for a long time, she still couldn't find him. She was a little anxious and couldn't help but shout, "Everyone, stop!" A sharp voice echoed throughout the street. Everyone stopped and looked at Zhao Yu. Gao Ming's eyes widened, and he cursed in his heart. Why is this little girl here? Could he be here to save Zhang Feng? If that was the case, then today's trip would have been in vain. He hurriedly stepped forward and said with some displeasure, Ruer, why are you here? It's none of your business. Zhao Yue rolled her eyes at Gao Ming and walked towards the shop. As she walked, she shouted, "Where's Zhang Feng? Where is this bastard?" Gao Kan and the others retreated and hurriedly made way for this unruly young lady. Ever since they found out that this girl was the third daughter of the Gao family, they couldn't wait to stay as far away from her as possible. She was willful and unruly, and she came to find trouble with Feng Zi every day. It was best to stay away from this kind of woman. Because you don't dare to provoke them, and you don't dare to fight them, so you have to stay far away. After searching for a while, she still couldn't find Zhang Feng. Zhao Yu frowned and glared at Gao Ming. Gao Ming, what did you do to Zhang Feng? Hearing this, Gao Ming was even more certain. Zhao Yu had something to do with Zhang Feng. And it wasn't a small matter. Maybe it was an engagement. Otherwise, why would Zhang Feng come all the way to find Zhao Yu? Zhao Yu didn't hesitate to offend the Gao family to find Zhang Feng. All these signs indicated that there was something between the two of them. He narrowed his eyes and tried his best to look relaxed. How would I know where that brat Zhang Feng went? It was so chaotic just now. Maybe he took the opportunity to escape. Anyway, that brat is a coward. Nonsense, Zhang Feng isn't that kind of person. Zhao Yu subconsciously retorted. In fact, she didn't know why she said that. Anyway, she just blurted it out. As soon as she said it, she felt that something was wrong and quickly changed her words. Even if that Zhang Feng escaped, he's still better than you. Gao Ming snorted and thought, she's exposed, right? There's definitely something going on. Otherwise, why would she be so protective of Zhang Feng? He said with dissatisfaction, that brat is a coward. He doesn't even dare to come out when his sweetheart comes. Who the hell are you calling a coward? A series of curses came out from the shop. Then, Zhang Feng stood out with an angry face. He stared at Gao Ming and said, Gao Ming, what the hell are you saying? Are you looking to die? Seeing Zhang Feng come out, Zhao Yu subconsciously stepped forward and asked, Zhang Feng, are you okay? Stay away from me. Zhang Feng stepped back. He didn't come out just now because he saw this unruly young lady. Now that this unruly young lady stepped forward, he was very uncomfortable. He quickly said, I'm fine. You just need to stay away from me. Gao Ming, who was at the side, was stunned. Zhao Yu had brought people to save Zhao Feng, and this Zhang Feng had a look of unwillingness. It looked like Zhao Yu was throwing herself at Zhang Feng. What was wrong with this world? Zhao Yu was throwing herself at a brat like Zhang Feng? This Zhao Yu was the third young lady of the Zhao family. How did she become like this? He felt like his worldview was about to collapse. But soon, a wave of hatred surged in his heart. Chapter 21:16. Zhao Yue would rather marry Zhang Feng than marry into the Gao family. This was obviously an insult to the Gao family. Although he didn't like Gao Jian, he still had to protect the Gao family's face. Otherwise, how could the Gao family establish itself in Jiangnan in the future? Wouldn't they be criticized behind their backs every day? Thinking about this, he stepped forward and snorted. Zhao Yuer, what's going on between you and Zhang Feng? Zhao Yuer was annoyed. This Zhang Feng dared to ignore her. And his face was cold? She was worried about where to vent her anger, and now Gao Ming came. She raised her eyebrows and said unhappily, "What does my business have to do with you? Who do you think you are?" You, Gao Ming's eyes were about to spit fire, and his face was fierce. You just rejected the Gao family's marriage, and now you're fooling around with Zhang Feng. Do you think the Gao family is easy to bully? Who's fooling around with him or her? These words were said by Zhang Feng and Zhao Yuer almost at the same time. Because both of them were very unhappy with these words. Especially Zhang Feng. He was now in a period of war with Zhao Yuer. When did he fool around? Zhao Yuer was also angry. She just wanted to save Zhang Feng, and now Gao Ming said she was fooling around? She was very unhappy and glared at Gao Ming. Gao Ming, watch your mouth. I have nothing to do with Zhang Feng. Nothing to do with him? Gao Ming couldn't help but sneer. If she had nothing to do with him, would she reject the Gao family's marriage for Zhang Feng? If she had nothing to do with him, would she bring people to save this guy? If she had nothing to do with him, would she help this guy? In his heart, he didn't believe Zhao Yuer's words at all. He thought that this girl was just trying to cover it up. He glared and snorted. Zhao Yuer, you're here today for Zhang Feng, right? Do you want to destroy the relationship between the Gao and Zhao families because of him? Can you bear this responsibility? Zhang Feng suspected that he had misheard. Zhao Yuer came here for him. He just wanted to King take revenge. How did it involve the relationship between the Gao and Zhao families? This was simply making trouble for no reason. He turned to look at Zhao Yuer, trying to get an answer. Zhao Yuer's face was so red that it looked like it could bleed at any moment. She originally only wanted to save Zhang Feng and then take revenge. That was all. Who would have thought that Gao Ming would say something like that? Her beautiful eyes widened as she pointed at Gao Ming and scolded, "Gao Ming, don't slander me here. I'm here just, at this point, she didn't know what to say. If he said that he was looking for Zhang Feng, wouldn't that be exactly what Gao Ming wanted? However, if they were not looking for Zhang Feng, then what would Gao Ming do to Zhang Feng? For a moment, she was stunned. Gao Ming seemed to have noticed something and sneered, "What? Can't say anything? What are you doing here? If it's not for Zhang Feng, what else could it be?" Zhao Yuer choked and didn't know what to say. Her pretty face turned red. Seeing this, Zhao Yuer quickly stepped forward and snorted, "Gao Ming, why do you care what my sister is doing here? What does it have to do with you?" "It has nothing to do with me." Gao Ming smiled. He glanced at Zhang Feng and said, "Since you guys are here, it has nothing to do with me. Then, please step aside." As he said that, he waved behind him, "Everyone, break Zhang Feng's legs." Originally, he didn't want to hurt Zhang Feng for the time being, but these two women from the Zhao family were a bit too much. He couldn't bear it anymore. Zhao Yuer saw that the atmosphere was tense and that the Gao family servants were ready to attack. She quickly stepped in front of Zhang Feng and scolded, "Gao Ming, what are you doing?" Gao Ming sneered, "Zhao Yuer, you said you didn't come for Zhang Feng. What do you mean by standing in front of him? Are you trying to protect him?" "No." Zhao Yuer said subconsciously. Zhao Yuer blurted out. She glanced at Zhang Feng out of the corner of her eye and hurriedly tried to cover it up. "I'm here because I can't stand your tyrannical behavior. The Gao family is used to being tyrannical, and now you're interfering with people selling paper. Do you really think the Gao family is the landlord of Jiangnan?" Gao Ming narrowed his eyes and clenched his fists. Zhao Yu, you mean you have to interfere in today's matter? That's right. Zhao Yu, raised her eyebrows and snorted, since I'm here today, I can't let you be so domineering. As she said that, she glanced at Zhang Feng from the corner of her eyes. Naturally, Zhang Feng sensed it and shivered in fright. He knew that this girl was the kind of girl who wanted to take revenge on him as soon as possible. How could she be so kind? Protecting him? Could it be that she was playing hard to get? Or did this girl have some bad ideas in her mind? He patted Zhao Yu's shoulder and asked curiously, Zhao Yu, what's wrong with you today? Shut up. Zhao Yu turned her head and rolled her eyes at Zhang Feng, then looked at Gao Ming and snorted, Gao Ming, bring it on. I'll take it, but you have to think about whether you have a chance of winning. Chapter 21:17. As she spoke, she waved to the servants she brought, everyone, come here. If Gao Ming's people make a move, you guys make a move immediately. Everyone obeyed and stood in front of Zhao Yu, glaring at the Gao family servants, looking like they would start a fight at any moment. Looking at everything in front of him, Gao Ming deeply knew that he was now at a disadvantage. Just now, the servants were already having a hard time dealing with Gao Can and the others. Now, with the addition of the Zhao family servants, there was no need to think, they were no match at all. However, now that the situation had come to this, could it be that he had to leave with his tail between his legs? He was not convinced, and even more unwilling. Because if he let Zhang Feng go today, this guy's paper will definitely cause an uproar in the city. At that time, it would not be easy to clean up. However, his subordinates were no match for the other side at all. What should he do? Zhang Feng seemed to see through Gao Ming's thoughts and smiled, Gao Ming, I think you can't do it today. Hurry up and leave. If you want to take revenge next time, come over. I'll take care of it. You, Gao Ming glared at Zhang Feng, full of fierceness. He clearly heard this guy mocking him, but he just couldn't do anything. There was no way, the other side had too many people. His side was not at all worried. Once a fight broke out, his side would definitely lose. Thinking about it, he snorted, Zhang Feng, Zhao Yu, Zhao Ru, I, Gao Ming, will remember today's matter. We'll fight another day. Let's go. After that, he glared at Zhang Feng and waved his hand to call the servants to leave. Zhang Feng let out a long breath and patted Zhao Yu's shoulder, sigh, they're all gone. Zhao Yu quivered and turned her head to glare at Zhang Feng, do you want to die? You scared me. Zhang Feng raised his eyebrows and said with some dissatisfaction, sigh, you obviously scared me. Why are you saying that I scared you? I'm too lazy to talk to you. Zhao Yu crossed her arms and put on the look of a young miss, just now, I don't know who was so scared that they didn't dare to come out. If I didn't come over, they would probably have peed their pants. You, Zhang Feng's face turned red, and he pointed at Zhao Yu, not knowing what to say. Just now, he was not afraid of Gao Ming. A mere Gao Ming was not enough to scare him. However, this little girl was too infuriating. He just wanted to stay away from her. But now, he was said to be afraid of Brilliant? How the F***ck could he accept this? He glared at her and said with dissatisfaction, Zhao Yu, don't talk nonsense. I wasn't afraid of Gao Ming just now. Isn't that bastard just a playboy? What's there to be afraid of? Yo, I wonder who was hiding just now. Zhao Yu raised her eyebrows and sneered, you said you're not hiding from Gao Ming. Then tell me, who are you hiding from? Tell me. Zhang Feng took half a step back. He didn't know why, but every time he saw this girl, there was an indescribable feeling in his heart. He was usually very talkative, but in front of this girl, it was as if he was stuck and couldn't say anything. However, seeing this girl's proud look, he was a little angry in his heart. He braced himself and said, it's none of your business. Anyway, it has nothing to do with you. Zhao Yu laughed and said, how can it have nothing to do with me? This young lady brought people to save you. You heartless and unscrupulous person, don't you know how to say something nice? Zhang Feng was grateful to Zhao Yu. After all, this girl drove away Gao Ming, but her words were too much. What did she mean by he was heartless? He retorted with dissatisfaction, Zhao Yu, don't be sarcastic. Did I ask you to help me? Obviously, you came here by yourself, and now you're scolding me? I asked you to be a good person. What, now you want to be a bad person? You're a bastard. Zhao Yu's beautiful eyes widened and she said indignantly, if I didn't come to save you, you wouldn't even know how you died. Zhang Feng hugged his hands and said unconvinced, Humph, even if you didn't come, I have a way to deal with Gao Ming. Besides, am I afraid of him? Humph, you only know how to talk tough. Zhao Yu followed Zhang Feng and hugged her hands. When Zhao Yu saw that the two of them were getting more and more aggressive, she quickly came out to smooth things over. Okay, stop talking. Zhang Feng, if we didn't come, I'm afraid you wouldn't have had a good time, right? What she said was true. Originally, the two sides were a bit evenly matched. If the Zhao sisters didn't come, who knew how long the stalemate would last? However, Zhang Feng was not afraid of Gao Ming and the others, because his side was basically a master, and Gao Ming's side had more people. Zhang Feng was also aware of this, so he smiled awkwardly and said, all right, I know. Thank you for your help this time. That's more like it. Zhao Yu laughed and turned to look at Zhang Feng. But remember, I didn't come here to save you. I just want to drive Gao Ming away. Zhang Feng nodded and quickly waved his hand. Okay, hurry up and go. Chapter 21:18. Zhao Yu raised her eyebrows and said unhappily, I helped you chase Gao Ming away out of kindness, and now you want to chase me away? Zhang Feng was speechless. Gao Ming had already left, so why was she still here? He curled his lips and said helplessly, then what are you going to do? Let me treat you to a meal. That won't be necessary. Zhao Yu waved her hand. Suddenly, she saw the paper on the table, and her curiosity was piqued. She grabbed one and studied it. Soon, her eyes widened as if she had seen something unbelievable. Why was this paper so soft? It seemed even softer than rice paper. And it was so thin. It was even better than rice paper. Why did Zhang Feng have this kind of paper? If this were to spread in Jiangnan, wouldn't it attract the scholars to go crazy and fight over it? She couldn't help but ask, Zhang Feng, where did you get this paper? None of your business. Zhang Feng rolled his eyes at Zhao Yu and said angrily, this is my paper, what does it have to do with you? You. Zhao Yu glared at him. Just as she was about to scold him, Zhao Ruer stepped forward and said, Yu, forget it. Let me see what kind of paper this is. As she spoke, she took the paper from Zhao Yu's hand and studied it. She touched it lightly and was stunned. This paper was too good, wasn't it? Why did it feel even better than the best rice paper? And this softness didn't seem to be found in rice paper. If it was sold in Jiangnan, it would definitely dominate the paper market, right? I wonder what the actual effect of this paper is? As she thought, she looked at Zhang Feng and said, Zhang Feng, do you have a pen here? I want to see the effect of your paper. Zhang Feng smiled faintly. He had a good impression of Zhao Ruer, so he said, of course I do, I'll get someone to get it for you. As he spoke, he turned and said something to Hao Chu-jun. The latter turned and walked into the inner hall, and soon came back with a few pens. Zhang Feng smiled. Oh, the pen is here. Zhao Ruer nodded at Zhang Feng and prepared to experiment on the paper. When the scholars who had not left behind saw this, they all rushed forward. When the two parties were fighting just now, they were afraid and hid at the side. But they were still thinking about this piece of paper in their hearts, which was why they did not leave. Now that this second young mistress of the Zhao family wanted to write on it, how could they let go of such an opportunity? Since he could see the calligraphy of the second miss of the Zhao family and observe the quality of the paper, why not? Zhao Ru'er swept her gaze across the crowd. Without saying a word, she dipped her brush into the ink and began to draw on it. Soon, a landscape painting appeared on the paper. Zhao Ru'er's eyes widened as if she had discovered something inconceivable. It was not because of this painting, but because she had drawn this painting thousands of times and was very familiar with it. Instead, it was because the ink on it did not scatter at all. One had to know that even if it was the best Xian paper, the ink would still be a little scattered on it. Who would have thought that the paper would not fall apart at all? What paper is this? Could it really be better than Xian paper? At this moment, she even started to have some doubts. She suspected that there was something wrong with her brush. Otherwise, how could it become like this? But, after she checked, she did not discover any problems. Did this mean that the problem was with this paper? Was this paper too powerful? She was slightly puzzled as she lifted her head to look at Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng, this paper of yours. Zhang Feng smiled as if he had already guessed it. You want to ask why this paper of mine is able to gather and not scatter when the ink is spilled on it? Zhao Ru'er nodded her head and said with a serious face, that's right. I have used the best Xian paper, but it did not achieve such an effect. Before Zhang Feng could say anything, the people behind him could not hold it in any longer. They all went forward, and when they saw this paper, they all exclaimed in shock. How could this be? Why is the ink not scattered at all? Could this paper really be so powerful? That's not right. Even the best Xian paper would not be able to achieve such an effect. Everyone looked at Zhang Feng in disbelief. In their eyes, there was disbelief, astonishment, and a few doubts because all of this seemed to be a bit of a coincidence. Thinking about it, Zhang Feng had just opened the shop today, and Gao Ming had brought people over. Then, the Zhao sisters came over and began to experiment on this paper. It sounded like there was nothing wrong with it. But after thinking about it carefully, they felt that there was something wrong. Why would the Zhao sisters help Zhang Feng? Zhang Feng was just a fledgling in Jiangnan. No one had even heard of him. The Zhao sisters helped Zhang Feng so much that they even did not hesitate to fall out with the Zhao family. Why did they do this? And now, they were experimenting on paper? Many people could not help but have doubts. Prince Zhang, what's going on with this paper of yours? Why would Miss Zhao protect you so much? Chapter 21:19. A man dressed in scholar's attire looked at Zhang Feng and started to question him. But very quickly, quite a number of scholars who liked this paper jumped out to defend this paper. They didn't know Zhang Feng and hadn't even seen him before. However, due to their love for the paper, they still started to defend it. What do you mean by this? The paper they sell is so good, even better than Xian paper. This is clearly for the benefit of the scholars in Jiangnan. Why are you still splashing dirty water here? A young scholar said sternly. Zhang Feng saw that the scene was a little chaotic and hurriedly waved his hand to stop it. Everyone, don't make a ruckus. Just now, someone questioned my paper. Since this is the case, please come up and test it out. If there is a problem with my paper, then I will apologize to everyone today. If there is no problem, then I will ask this person to apologize in front of everyone. What do you all say? Everyone clapped and cheered at Zhang Feng's suggestion and asked the person who had questioned to come out. That person was a little helpless. He had only questioned and was trying to show off his tongue. Who would have thought that he would be asked to go out now? He didn't want to go out, but when he saw everyone's disdainful eyes, he still braced himself and walked out. Prince Zhang, it was me just now. Zhang Feng sneered in his heart and thought to himself, to still dare to come out now, your guts are not small. He picked up a brush and handed it to this person, saying coldly, you can try it out first. If there is a problem, I will apologize to everyone. If there is no problem, then you will apologize to me in front of everyone. This person quivered. Hearing Zhang Feng's words, it seemed that he had nothing to fear. Could this paper really be better than Xian paper? Could there really be no problem at all? He shook his head and braced himself to take the brush and started to write on the paper. Just as he started to write, he was stunned. Could this paper really make the ink gather and not scatter? And it was even better than Xian paper? What was going on? Could all of this be real? He was a little suspicious. While he was still in a daze, a reprimanding voice sounded beside him. "Hey, are you done writing?" The one who spoke was Zhao Yu. When Zhang Feng was questioned, she was very angry. She didn't know why, but as long as Zhang Feng was in trouble, she would become very nervous. It was as if she didn't want to put Zhang Feng in a dangerous situation. If it wasn't for Zhao Ru stopping her earlier, she would have already come up. Now, this guy had already finished writing, but he was still dawdling. She couldn't stand it anymore. "Are you done or not?" A sharp voice rang out. This person was startled, and the brush in his hand accidentally fell to the ground. Only then did he timidly reply, "Oh, it's over, it's over." Zhao Yu snorted, "Then tell me, what's wrong with this paper?" The man was stunned. He turned to look at the paper and didn't know how to answer. Because everyone could see the paper. The result was obvious. It was better than Xian paper. The ink stains gathered and did not scatter. It was obviously a piece of high-quality paper. However, he couldn't say it out loud. Because he had just questioned the paper, he didn't know how to say it now. Zhao Yu saw that this guy didn't say anything and sneered, "What? Can't say anything? Didn't you just say that there was a problem with the paper? Now that you've already tested it, you can't say anything." This person's face turned red, and he wanted to find a hole to hide in. The people behind him also understood that this guy was being unreasonable. This paper was obviously very good, even better than Xian paper, but this guy just had to question it. Now that the results were out, he didn't dare to say a word. They all started to complain, "You clearly don't know anything and yet you're still talking here. Are you embarrassed now? Hurry up and get down. You're all embarrassed. Yeah, hurry up and get down. Don't disturb us from selling paper." The curses didn't stop, and this person could only sneak off the stage. When the crowd saw that the troublemaker was gone, they hurriedly asked, "Shopkeeper Zhang, how much is this paper? How much is a caddy? I want 10 caddies." Zhang Feng actually wanted to give a slightly lower price, but he had just said that it was free. It seemed a bit unreasonable to ask for money now. Moreover, today was the first day of business. He wanted to build a reputation. What if this dissatisfaction ruined his reputation? After thinking about it, he decided to make it free. Because this way, not only could he shut everyone's mouth, but he could also let them have a good impression of him. Maybe he could use this opportunity to gain a foothold in Jiangnan paper. After making up his mind, he coughed lightly and said loudly, "Everyone, don't be anxious. Listen to me. I've decided that all the paper will be free today." "Free?" Zhao Yu exclaimed. There was so much paper here, and all of it was free? How much of a loss would that be? She didn't even think and hurriedly said, "Zhang Feng, if it's free, how much of a loss would that be?" Chapter 21:20. Zhang Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes at Zhao Yu. "You're not my wife. What does it have to do with you whether I'm free or not?" Hearing this, Zhao Yu's pretty face turned red. She couldn't help but secretly curse, "Bastard, what nonsense are you talking about?" The quarrel between the two of them caused Zhao Ru, who was watching from the side, to chuckle. She had rarely seen her younger sister blush. Moreover, she blushed frequently. Ever since she met Zhang Feng, she would blush whenever they quarreled. There was definitely something going on here. This was her intuition as a woman. Although her little sister was unwilling to say it, she temporarily recognized Zhang Feng as her brother-in-law. But then again, it was indeed a bit of a loss to make everything free. She looked at Zhang Feng and persuaded, "Zhang Feng, if this is free, you'll probably lose a lot of money, right?" Zhang Feng nodded. He didn't want to make everything free, but he couldn't help but say it when he was talking to Gao Ming. It didn't seem right to go back on his words now. Moreover, looking at everyone's fervent gazes, it was as if they were going to eat him up. If he said it wasn't free now, he reckoned that everyone's saliva would drown him, right? However, this didn't seem to be without benefits. At least it could help with publicity. After thinking about it, he put on a bitter smile and said, "Since I said it's free, I won't go back on my words today." As he said that, he looked at the expectant crowd. "Since I, Zhang Feng, said it's free, then it'll definitely be free. Now, everyone, start lining up. I'll immediately." Before he could finish, everyone rushed up like wild beasts out of their cages. Zhang Feng saw that the situation wasn't right and hurriedly shouted, don't rush," but his voice was quickly drowned out by the crowd. Everyone acted as if they didn't hear him. Zhao Ru, and Zhao Yu were almost knocked down. This angered him. He shouted at the top of his lungs, "Everyone, stop. If you continue to fight, it won't be free." As he said that, he looked at Gao Can and the others. "Hurry up and stop them. Otherwise, something will happen later." Gao Can and the others also understood that if they didn't stop the situation now, there would be a stampede later, and people would die. Thus, Gao Can, Yuqi Baoqing, and Yuqi Baolin split into 3 groups, blocking Huang Xiaolong's path. Most of these people were scholars and didn't have the strength to truss a chicken. They weren't enough in front of Gao Can and were quickly stopped. Zhang Feng glanced at the people who were stopped and shouted, "You guys, King said it's free. Why are you fighting over it? Did he not know how to spell the word death? If you continue like this, it won't be free later." When everyone heard this, their faces fell. Paper was already expensive, and Xian paper was even more expensive. Paper like this that was more expensive than Xian paper would be sold at a sky-high price. They all stopped and looked at Zhang Feng expectantly, trying to please him. "Shopkeeper Zhang, I won't rob you anymore. Please give me some paper." That's right. I won't snatch it anymore." Seeing that everyone had admitted their mistakes, Zhang Feng's expression became a little better. It couldn't be helped. Human nature was like this. As long as it was something that was free, they couldn't wait to have more of it. In addition, it was paper that was better than Xian paper. This made them even more crazy. Even if they weren't scholars, they still had to fight for some. Moreover, most of them were scholars and deeply knew the preciousness of this paper. Especially this kind of paper that was better than Xian paper. This was simply a priceless item. Zhang Feng also knew this point, so he didn't intend to blame everyone. He only sighed and said indifferently, "Everyone, don't act rashly. First, line up. Later, come up to collect paper. Everyone will have 3 pieces. 3 pieces? Everyone exclaimed in surprise. They weren't exclaiming that there was too much paper given out, but that there was too little paper given out. 3 pieces of paper wasn't enough. Scholars like them had to use a few kilograms of paper in a day, and these 3 pieces weren't even enough for a day. How were they going to use it? Zhang Feng seemed to have seen through everyone's thoughts and sneered, "Why? You feel that 3 pieces of paper is too little? Then you don't have to." In fact, he still had a lot of paper in his hands, but he only wanted to give them out today. Firstly, the paper was free. He just wanted to let these guys spread the word of mouth. Secondly, business had to be done for a long time. If he gave them all today, what would he sell tomorrow? Therefore, he had to consider the cost. As for these guys, they usually used ordinary paper. Some families used Xian paper. For paper like this, these guys probably wouldn't refuse at all. Even if they paid for it, there would be people crazily fighting for it. Now that he said it was free in advance, their spirits were already so high. If he charged for it, it would probably be even more terrifying. Sure enough, after everyone heard Zhang Feng's words, they quickly shook their heads, indicating that they didn't dare to refuse. Zhang Feng smiled slightly and turned his head to glance at Hao Chujun and the others. Chujun, you and old Jia give these guys the paper. Hao Chujun nodded, waved his hand, and began to distribute the paper. Chapter 21-21. At the same time, in the palace of Chang'an City, Li Shimin had been very busy recently. On one hand, he had to deal with the battle in Xiuzi City. On the other hand, he had to deal with the mess in Daoshan Academy. The battle at Xiuzi City was progressing with an overwhelming advantage. A few days ago, the Allied forces of India and the Turks had organized a large-scale siege battle. However, under the deterrence of the ballistae and red coat cannons, as well as the crossfire of Niu Jinda and Li Qingqian's handgun team, in less than 6 hours, the Allied forces, which claimed to have 300,000 soldiers, were defeated by less than 30,000 vanguards. Li Qingqian and Niu Jinda took the opportunity to chase the Allied forces from Xiuzi City all the way to Tokaria. It was not until the Allied forces were completely defeated that they stationed troops in Tokaria. The territory of the Tang dynasty also extended a few hundred kilometers from Xiuzi to the west because of this battle. This boosted Li Shimin's confidence again. Today's morning court was supposed to discuss whether to divide the troops into 2 groups while the morale was high. The 100,000 soldiers of Tubo would cooperate with the 15,000 elites of Xiuzi to attack India. On the other hand, Cheng Yaojin would lead the 100,000 elites of Longyu to attack the Turks. However, the objections of many officials in the court almost made Li Shimin go crazy. The reason also made Li Shimin speechless. Especially the Ministry of Revenue. They handed over the account book and were ready to retire. The reason was that they had no money. Li Shimin did not expect this. After all, the nominal minister of the Ministry of Revenue was Fang Xianling. If it were anyone else, Li Shimin would have waved his brush to leave. If they wanted to leave, they could leave. However, Fang Xianling was different. Li Shimin could not help but wake up from the excitement of the great victory. After all, the Tang dynasty was weak. Although they had Zhang Feng's money, they still needed some time. It was just like what Zhang Feng said to him before he left. The best way was to wait until after the next spring harvest. With enough food, it wouldn't be a problem to travel all the way to the end of the world. To put it bluntly, they were poor. And there were 3 things that were most consumed in war. There were also silver taels, provisions, and armaments. Now, the problem of armaments could almost be solved. As long as an army of 100,000 was equipped with 10,000 muskets, a few cannons, and improved crossbows, it was almost enough to crush him. However, soldiers needed to eat. Ever since the morning court session ended, Wei Zheng and the others were like flies, surrounding Li Shimin. Even when he was eating, these people still surrounded him. It was as if as long as he didn't relent, they wouldn't have any fun today. Li Shimin had no choice but to give up the idea of pursuing the victory. After all, they knew each other best. Could the current Tang dynasty fight? He couldn't. In the Imperial Garden, Li Shimin finally had some free time. He looked at the dark sky and stood by the lake with his hands behind his back. No one knew what he was thinking. Little Gizi stood not far away. Although he was a little worried, he didn't dare to come forward. At this moment, Yuchi Gong hid by a peony bush and gestured to Little Gizi. Seeing this, Little Gizi looked at Li Shimin and reluctantly walked over. Little Gizi, how is His Majesty's mood right now? Yuchi Gong asked directly. As he spoke, he didn't forget to give Little Gizi a cigarette. Little Gizi lit the cigarette and sighed. His Majesty has been standing here for 2 hours. I don't know how His Majesty is feeling right now, but if Duke of E has nothing to do, it's best not to bother His Majesty at this time. Hearing this, Yu Qigong couldn't help but frown. If it was an ordinary matter, I would know, but this is an emergency in Jiangnan? Little Gizi raised his eyebrows. He glanced at Li Shimin and asked, Duke of E, you mean Prince Zhang? Right. Seeing Yu Qigong's affirmation, little Gizi didn't dare delay. He hastily said, wait a moment, I'll go report this. As he spoke, little Gizi braced himself and went to report. Yu Qigong paced back and forth, his heart in turmoil. After a while, little Gizi hastily called out to Yu Qigong, then hastily tidied his clothes and walked forward. At this moment, Li Shimin had returned to his normal state. He was no longer in his berserk state. Yuqi, how are things in Jiangnan? Seeing that the emperor was directly asking, Yu Qigong hastily said, Your Majesty, we've just received a report from our spies. The situation in Jiangnan is very bad. Yu Qigong gave a detailed report of the situation in Jiangnan. Li Shimin's expression could not help but turn cold. Although he had always been on guard against the situation in Jiangnan, and although he had always been paying attention to this special place, it was peaceful on the surface. Moreover, there were too many things going on, so he had never truly understood the situation. Now that he heard Yu Qigong's report, this place couldn't be any more chaotic. It had become the back garden of the 5 clans and 7 clans. This, if Zhang Feng hadn't come to Jiangnan, he wouldn't have known that this seemingly peaceful Jiangnan was hiding so many things. The reason we allowed your clan to develop in Jiangnan was to suppress these people. Yu Qigong, why was the news we received all good? How should you be punished? Seeing Li Shimin's anger, Yu Qigong's expression changed. He hastily knelt and said, Your Majesty, please listen to this subject's explanation. Actually, these clans were very well hidden in the beginning, but because of Yu's matter, there were some changes. In addition, Fengzi didn't deliberately hide Zhang Feng's trip to Jiangnan, which led to the current situation. Then you mean to say that the current situation was caused by Fengzi and has nothing to do with you at all? Li Shimin was furious. He roared, then what use do we have for the Yuqi clan? Chapter 21-22. With a swish, a fine layer of cold sweat appeared on Yu Qigong's forehead. When the Tang dynasty was first established and Li Shimin ascended the throne, Yu Qigong's family all migrated to Jiangnan. Cheng Yaojin's family also moved to Longyu. Almost all the forces that belonged to Li Shimin in the imperial court had infiltrated the important places of the entire Tang dynasty. The purpose was to serve as a deterrent and to have an unexpected effect at the critical moment. But now Li Shimin understood. It seemed to be a little redundant. Originally, he thought that Zhang Feng's trip to Jiangnan this time should be safe under the protection of the Yuqi family's forces in Jiangnan. But now, calculating the time, Zhang Feng should have arrived in Jiangnan at this time. Thinking of these tangled relationships and family forces, Li Shimin had the idea of directly sending people to attack. Could Zhang Feng solve it? Zhang Feng's importance to the Tang dynasty at this moment was more precious than anything else. Even if he slaughtered a city, what could he do? But, the problem now was that he couldn't go to Jiangnan. Once people in the imperial court overly interfered in Jiangnan's affairs, his identity as the emperor would inevitably be exposed. If he didn't take any action, how could Zhang Feng face so many complicated matters alone? Seeing Li Shimin's gloomy and terrible face, Yu Qigong couldn't help but panic. Your Majesty, we just learned that Mr. Zihuai and several great scholars of Mount Shao have learned of Jiangnan's affairs, so they sent Gao Can as soon as possible. He should arrive in Jiangnan today or tomorrow. So I think Zhang Feng's safety shouldn't be a problem. Li Shimin raised his sleeve and said angrily, Fengzi's safety is guaranteed, but it's easy to dodge an open sword but hard to guard against a hidden arrow. What should we do about the key problem? What is your Yuqi family doing now? This, Yuqi Gong wiped the sweat from his forehead. Your Majesty, if my guess is correct, the Yuqi family should have already received news of Zhang Feng's arrival in Jiangnan. Once they know, they will definitely do their best to help. As for the Yuqi family's future in Jiangnan, this subject has already thought about it and has written a letter to my uncle. Don't be in such a hurry to express your determination. Li Shimin interrupted Yuqi Gong with some irritation. After a moment of silence, he said, Fengzi should have his own plans for going to Jiangnan this time. Furthermore, I have warned him of the dangers of Jiangnan. Furthermore, I know that the old man will not sit by and do nothing, so, immediately help me send a secret edict to the Hunan Dao, Jiangnan Dao, and Huainan Dao provincial governors' manors. After Li Shimin issued 3 secret edicts in a row, his expression relaxed slightly. With the support of the 3 provincial governor manors, Zhang Feng should be able to survive this crisis. Quickly transfer 1,000 elites from the Jianghu guards and equip them with the latest equipment. Secretly send Fang Yai to Jiangnan to protect Zhang Feng. If there are any blind people, murderous intent flashed through Li Shimin's eyes. Yuqi Gong's heart trembled. He hurriedly accepted the order and said, this subject will do it immediately. Yuqi Gong hurriedly paid his respects and hurriedly slipped away. At this moment, the emperor had not punished the Yuqi family. This was already a great favor. If he did not leave now and the emperor reacted later, he would be in trouble. But Yuqi Gong also knew. From this moment on, the Tang dynasty could be considered a true change. This was a fundamental qualitative change. Jiangnan was the economic lifeline of the Tang dynasty. In the beginning, these people had hidden their fangs extremely well. However, after learning that Zhang Feng had gone to Jiangnan, they revealed their ferocious fangs. It was Zhang Feng, this freak, who was at a disadvantage. He even killed people in the street of Chang'an City and used Chang'an City as bait to fish for Duke Chen. This kind of thing should be solved by that bastard Zhang Feng, right? Otherwise, he wouldn't have done it. If Zhang Feng's toys were to spread to Jiangnan, the consequences would be, but this bastard boy messed up Jiangnan. What on earth did he want to do? Didn't the Xie family say that they would become Zhang Feng's right-hand man? Why was there no news until now? One incident after another caused Yuqi Gong's head to hurt. He really did not know what Zhang Feng wanted to do. He also did not know what Zhang Feng wanted to do. He only hoped that things would not get out of hand. Once that time came, perhaps the Tang dynasty would usher in a terrible change. As for what kind of change it would be, only a ghost would know. But Yuqi Gong knew that when the time came, the Tang dynasty might go through the experience of the Sui dynasty again. As soon as he left the Vermilion Bird Gate, Yuqi Gong was intercepted by Cheng Yaojin, who had been waiting at the gate for a long time. The two of them did not say anything. After they went into the private room of the Chang'an Hotel, Cheng Yaojin asked, "What did His Majesty say?" His Majesty issued 3 secret edicts in a row. I think this time, there will be a big change in Jiangnan, and the war between us and the 5 families and 7 clans is about to start. Cheng Yaojin could not help but frown when he heard that. Do you think old Fang and the others already knew about it? Otherwise, why did they try so hard to persuade His Majesty to send troops in the morning court today? Yuqi Gong could not help but be shocked when he heard that. Could it be? Chapter 21-23. Li Shimin was still worried. After putting everything aside, he rushed to White Deer College. At this moment, the number of people in the academy had more than doubled compared to before Zhang Feng left. As a result, many of the empty classrooms and houses were now filled to the brim. There were even some new houses and churches that had been added outside the classrooms. However, even so, it could only accommodate the current students. At this moment, the entire academy was filled with the sounds of recitation. Li Shimin's arrival did not alarm anyone. Instead, the old scholar was slowly brewing tea in the old scholar's villa while waiting for his arrival. About 2 hours later, the old scholar had just returned to the villa. When he saw the restless Li Shimin, he knew what had happened. "I didn't know you were coming. Please forgive me." Only then did the old scholar know Li Shimin's identity. Now that Zhang Feng was not around, he could not address the emperor directly. Hence, he compromised and called him emperor. Li Shimin did not blame him. Instead, he asked while brewing tea and reading his textbook with relish, "You already knew about what happened in Jiangnan, didn't you?" The old scholar nodded his head and said, "That's right. However, this is Fengzi's own choice. Besides, I've already told you about Jiangnan. But you know this kid, so, it's up to him now. Also, I've said that I could use Zhang Xuan's connections, but he rejected me." "Why?" Li Shimin looked up at the old scholar and asked. He did not know about these things. After all, the night before he left, Zhang Feng and the old scholar had chatted for almost the entire night. No one knew what they talked about. The old scholar poured himself a cup of tea and narrowed his eyes. Fengzi is like the teacup, and the entire Tang dynasty is like the tea in the teapot. He knows what he can do and what he can endure. Furthermore, he cherishes his life the most. He won't blindly do something, of course, this is excluding the matter of Qian Wanli. However, it is precisely because of this that I did not object to him going to Jiangnan. Otherwise, even if the old man risked his life, would have kept him in the college. This is also Yu Shernan's intention. Li Shimin understood a little. His eyebrows relaxed slightly. "I want to know everything. Including his plan to go to Jiangnan." Alas! The old scholar knew that this would happen sooner or later. When Zhang Feng decided to go to Jiangnan, he knew that Li Shimin would come to him. After all, Zhang Feng wasn't someone who would just sit still. Once he made a fuss, the world would be turned upside down. At this moment, Li Shimin came straight to the point. The old scholar lit a cigarette and sucked slowly. After finishing the cigarette, he said, "Fengzi wants to build the Tang dynasty in Jiangnan, and even the largest business alliance in the world." Li Shimin's eyelids twitched. "Isn't Chang'an City the first choice?" The old scholar shook his head. "It's true that Chang'an is the power center of the entire Tang dynasty. But because of this relationship, it's not suitable. As for why, I think the second master should know best." Li Shimin smacked his lips and said nothing in the end. Indeed. Although it was the best choice to have him in Chang'an City at this moment, if the war with Guanlong and the 5 families and 7 hopes were to break out. If there was another siege, then, last time, 8 waters helped him out. After all, it was just a coincidence. It was just a test by Guanlong. And once they really shed all pretense of cordiality, it would not be so easy to deal with. Therefore, the business move to the south and the capital move to Luoyang was almost a tacit agreement. The meaning was the same. At this moment, the old scholar continued, "Fengzi is a very far-sighted person. He once told you that the battle between him and Guanlong and the 5 families and 7 kingdoms was bound to start. Instead of waiting for death, it's better to take this opportunity to go directly to Jiangnan and secretly move all the industries there under the pretext of you. Although it's a little difficult at first, once the north-south business route, the waterway, and the Handao business route are connected, there's a glimmer of hope before the 5 families and 7 kingdoms and Guanlong form an alliance. However, the second master also knows that although the Xie family has fallen, it will still be Zhang Feng's right-hand man. Moreover, there's the Wang family. If I'm not wrong, the Yang family should also be roped in by Zhang Feng." When speaking of the Yang family, the old scholar could not help but glance at Li Shimin. After all, the old scholar did not know how Li Shimin would feel about the matter of the Sui dynasty. Sure enough. After the old scholar mentioned the Yang family, Li Shimin's expression changed. However, At this moment, Li Shimin also knew that this matter was beyond his control. However, when the old scholar mentioned the Yang family, Li Shimin saw a glimmer of hope. Li Shimin had always sent people to keep an eye on the Yang family. After all, this clan was not simple. But after years of suppression, the Yang family was also bitterly looking for a chance to turn things around, and this was undoubtedly an excellent opportunity. However, he did not know if the Yang family had eyes. If they did not have eyes, it would only be a matter of lifting a hand to destroy them. Compared to the 5 families and 7 clans, what kind of waves could a desolate clan cause? Chapter 21-24. At the same time, Hangzhou Prefecture. As one of the 8 great families of Hangzhou Prefecture, the Yuqi family. They had long changed their house sign to the Yu residence. This matter had caused an uproar in Hangzhou these days, but it quickly subsided. It was even left unsettled. There were rumors that it was because Yuqi Yu had been impeached, causing the emperor to fly into a rage. Because of this, the Duke of Yi, Yuqi Jingda, was implicated. Yuqi Jingda was also rumored to not be related to the Yuqi family. In order to save their lives, the Yuqi family had no choice but to change their name. Moreover, the Hangzhou prefecture had specially ordered that the Yuqi family was not to be mentioned. The Yuqi family's connections in Hangzhou also made everyone feel that the Yuqi family had committed a big taboo this time. Why did you have to have the same surname as the Duke of Yi? This was great. They had no choice but to change their name. Moreover, during this period of time, there were people discussing this matter after meals. It was rumored that the Hangzhou provincial governor's office had ordered dozens of people to be beaten with rods. This time, everyone shut their mouths. In more than 10 days, the Yuqi family's matter was left unsettled. No one was willing to mention this matter, to avoid being implicated. Moreover, the recent matter of the capital's great scholar, the first and youngest duke of the Tang dynasty, the youngest Confucian scholar, and the youngest chancellor of the academy, coming to Jiangnan also made everyone forget about the Yu family's change of name. Moreover, wasn't it just changing the name? Yuqi Yu, wasn't this equivalent to not changing it? This was not a big deal. As a result, this matter was also forgotten. Everyone was discussing the matter of Zhang Feng coming from Jiangnan. There were rumors. The last time Yuqi Yu went to the capital, she had a wonderful thing with Zhang Feng, and Yuqi Yu went to the capital using the name Yu. Perhaps, the Yuqi family changed their name because of this matter, right? One had to know. There were only a few people in history who could obtain a noble title in Chang and make the emperor personally issue an imperial edict to open an academy. How much influence could such a person have? Such a person coming to Jiangnan, what would happen? Who in Jiangnan didn't know Yuqi Yu's name? At this moment, Zhang Feng coming to Jiangnan was bound to clash with these families. After these ordinary people weighed the pros and cons, they still decided to hang up high. At that time, if they offended either side, they would not be able to bear the consequences. At this moment, in the living room of the Yu family, Yuqi Hong paced back and forth anxiously with his hands behind his back. In the main hall, all of the Yu family's relatives, including more than 10 people, were restless. The matter of Zhang Feng coming to Jiangnan had been going on for a few days. Counting the days, it should have been time. But why hasn't there been any news yet? Reporting. At this moment, the sound of hurried footsteps and the whinny of a horse could be heard at the entrance of the Yu residence. Hearing this, Yuqi Hong's eyes lit up, and everyone in the hall turned to look at the door. Master, Prince Zhang has arrived in Jiangnan. And they arrived yesterday. What? Yuqi Hong's expression changed. Why didn't he come to the Yu family? Master, I heard that Prince Zhang bumped into someone from the Tang family. I just received news today that Prince Zhang is opening a Xian paper shop. Rice paper? Everyone frowned slightly. They didn't understand. Logically speaking, the first thing this kid did when he came to Hangzhou after learning about you, was to come to the Yu family. But why hadn't he come to visit the Yu family yet, and instead opened a Xian paper shop to go against the Tang family? Wasn't this just nonsense? Nonsense. Even we wouldn't dare to openly fall out with the Tang family. This kid should have come to negotiate with us. Brute, how can someone like this be worthy of our Yu? In my opinion, he's not even as good as those noble sons. Isn't that so? I don't know what that guy Jingda is thinking. How can someone like this be worthy of you? I think that Duke Zhao is Lord Jiangxuan's eldest son. I even asked someone to inquire about Jiangxuan's family, and they said that he hasn't taken a wife. Shut up. Yu Qihong frowned slightly and shouted coldly. Instantly, everyone shut their mouths. In fact, Yu Qihong knew what they were thinking. The Yu Qi family's present status was almost entirely due to Yu Qigong, and most importantly, the emperor's tacit approval. Otherwise, how could the Yu Qi family be where they were today? Previously, the Yu Qi family had kept a low profile in Jiangnan, but after Yu's emergence, these people's hearts had become wild. Yu Qigong had said more than once that they couldn't get involved with the court officials. Otherwise, the Yu Qi family would be in big trouble. However, these people only cared about benefits. Why would they think so much? This time, because of Zhang Feng, Yu Qigong had said in a secret letter that as long as they could cling onto Zhang Feng's thigh, the Yu Qi family would definitely soar in the future. However, as the head of the family, he couldn't say much about some things. But it was also because of this that these people were so arrogant and thought that it was all because of Yu Qi. When he thought of this, Yu Qihong felt his head swell. Keep talking. Yu Qihong's cold shout made the crowd temporarily stop talking. At this moment, the page boy said, I heard that the Tang family came out to cause trouble today, and that Zhao Yu, from the Zhao family also appeared at that place today for some reason. Rumor has it that it's because that Prince Zhang has taken a fancy to that girl from the Zhao family. What did you say? At this moment, a cold and slightly arrogant female voice made the page boy tremble all over. Yu Qihong couldn't help but look at the pretty girl at the door and sighed. You, why are you here? Chapter 21-25. You, this isn't a place you should be. Leave first, we'll take care of that lecher. The Yu Qi family elders in the hall seemed to be afraid. They hurriedly tried to persuade Yu Qi to leave. But who was Yu Qi She'd been known as a talented girl since she was a child. She didn't just rely on her looks. Although the stubborn Jiangnan clans coveted her beauty, no one dared to come knocking on her door, mainly because they were afraid of her methods. She'd been able to navigate the Jiangnan clans with ease because of her wits. Moreover, the majority of the Yu Qi family's businesses were all thanks to her. Otherwise, the Yu Qi family would still be nothing more than a small merchant's family. Yu Qi swept her gaze over the crowd. Everyone averted their gazes in fear. They didn't know if she'd overheard their conversation. I'll investigate this thoroughly, no need, father. This started because of me, so I won't ignore it. Of course, if the Yu Qi family wants to be a coward, I don't mind. We're your elders. How can you talk to your elders like that? We only have our own plans. How can a girl understand our long-term plans? Everyone whispered to each other. But Yu Qi only snorted coldly. Everyone shut their mouths. Yu Qihong naturally knew that was truly angry at this moment. He didn't know if Yu Qi was angry because of that Zhao Yu, or something else, but he knew that if the Yu Qi family didn't do anything, it wouldn't do. If she went out and caused a ruckus, it would undoubtedly add fuel to the fire. I've already come up with a countermeasure with your cousin. If you go out, it'll only make things worse in the future. Yu Qihong waved his hand, indicating for everyone to leave for the time being. After everyone left, Yuchi lit a cigarette. Yuchi Hong lit up a cigarette and took a puff. Looking at the cigarette, he shook his head and sighed. Do you think your father's eyesight is bad? Actually, I already knew about your private pledge of marriage in Chang'an. However, Zhang Feng's identity is too special. Furthermore, you also know that the Jiangnan matter is tangled and complicated. If we take a wrong step, then it will definitely cause my Yuchi family and Zhang Feng. Father, I know that you are in a difficult position, but Prince Zhang came here because of me, and I was the cause of all this. Naturally, I will stand on Prince Zhang's side. As she spoke, Yuchi Yu turned and walked out of the room, heading straight for the main entrance. Yuchi Hong looked at Yuchi Yu and opened his mouth, but nothing came out in the end. He just sighed heavily. A young man who could create so many godly items, the youngest Grand Scholar, the youngest hereditary Viscount, and the world-renowned Dean of White Deer College. Just this title alone was enough to make a family rise to prominence. Not to mention that all these halos were concentrated on one person, especially Yuchi Gong's words. Don't offend Zhang Feng. Even if he had to abandon everything he had to stand on Zhang Feng's side. Furthermore, combined with what Yuchi Yu had brought back from the capital, Yuchi Hong knew. The people surrounding Zhang Feng were none other than the emperor and the others. Especially the name changed this time. This was a secret edict sent by Yuchi Gong. Otherwise, would these old things have agreed to change the name? However, there were some things that he couldn't say, and didn't dare to say. If he did, then what awaited the Yuchi family would be the emperor's wrath. This time, Zhang Feng's arrival had also caused Yuchi Hong to feel immense pressure. However, this pressure was also a path to glory. He just didn't know if he could withstand it. He also didn't know if these old things in his family would do anything out of line. If they knew that even the emperor was friends with Zhang Feng, and that the imperial relative they yearned for, Zhang Sun Chong, was only Zhang Feng's student, what would they do? What kind of expression would they have? Yuchi Hong rubbed his forehead, looked at the exquisite cigarette box on the table, and couldn't help but fall silent. At the same time, in Yuezhou Prefecture, not far from Hangzhou Prefecture. At this time, the sky was already turned upside down. All the scholars, noble ladies, and ordinary people rushed to the streets as if it was the new year. Because today, the youngest great scholar from Chang'an, Zhang Feng, actually rented a shop in Wenyan Square to sell a magical paper. This was definitely a flourishing era. One had to know. Yuhang had always been a paradise for papermaking. The art of making paper here was almost monopolized by the aristocratic families. All the rice paper was expensive enough to make people uncomfortable. However, even so, it still made everyone rush like ducks. However, there was a rumor that someone in Chang'an made a paper whiter than rice paper, and even as thin as a cicada's wing. In Jiangnan, only the real influential families were qualified to see it, and some documents from Chang'an were written with such words. They could only peek at some things from these things. However, today, Prince Zhang actually wanted to buy paper on the street. What was this? This was a slap in the face of those aristocratic families. Wasn't he tired of living? Bang bang bang. Along with the sound of gongs and drums. Gao Can's voice was as loud as a bell. Dear villagers, today is the first time my teacher came to Jiangnan, and seeing that the students are still worried about the problem of paper, my teacher decided to sell the white paper from Chang'an at half the price of rice paper. And this price will always be maintained, and we will always sell this kind of paper in Jiangnan. Hearing this, everyone was in an uproar. However, at this moment, a young man in a black robe, under the compliments of a group of servants holding sticks, appeared beside Gao Kansas looking at the pile of white paper behind him. His eyelids couldn't help but twitch. But soon he hid it. He asked, "Is what you said true?" Gao Can looked down at the young man who was as thin as a chicken and smiled. Of course, my teacher's words never go back on them, but except for you, anyone can buy it. Hiss. In an instant. Gao Can's words made all the onlookers couldn't help but gasp. Everyone couldn't help but step back, as if something big was about to happen. Chapter 21-26. On the other side. Hao Chujun and Jia Daoren also noticed what was going on here. Even Gao Ming and Zhang Feng, who was arguing with Zhao Yue, were stunned. Everyone was stunned by Gao Can's voice. After all, Gao Can was tall and burly, and just by looking at his appearance, he had a kind of intimidating aura. In addition, he was looking down at that stubborn young master from above. All of this made people think that this guy was definitely going to be in big trouble today. The young man in the black robe was also stunned. After being stunned for a while, he came back to his senses after being reminded by the servant. He bared his teeth and glared at Gao Kansas. What a scoundrel. Do you know who Lao Tzu is? How dare you talk to me like that? Even your master has to lower his head when he sees me. You think you're worthy? Zhang Feng, what kind of man are you? Get your ass over here right now. This voice instantly shocked all the onlookers. Everyone couldn't help but step back. Who is this person? Zhang Feng elbowed Zhao Yue, who was twitching at the corner of her mouth, and asked. Zhao Yue looked at Zhang Feng suspiciously and asked, You really don't know? Zhang Feng shrugged and looked at Gao Can, who was strangling the young man's neck, and said, Big sister, do you think I know? I've only been in Hangzhou for 2 days. He is from the Yu family. Zhao Yue looked at Zhang Feng strangely and asked, I say, are you the reincarnation of a jinx? Why did I hear that when you were in Chang'an, you caused a stir in Chang'an, and now you're in Hangzhou? Big sister, let's talk about the Yu family first. Why are they here to make trouble? Zhang Feng knew the relationship between the various clans in Jiangnan very well. Originally, in this era, the division of the Jianghu region was very vague, and the forces here were intricate. When you went out, you might meet dozens of people from aristocratic families. He didn't know which clans there were, and now the Yu family popped up. No, the Yu family? Could it be? Zhang Feng suddenly thought of something and asked, how many Yu families are there in Jiangnan? Ahem, old master, as far as I know, if I'm not wrong, this Yu family might be Madame's family, Jia Daoren whispered into Zhang Feng's ear. Instantly, Zhang Feng's expression changed slightly. He hurriedly berated, Gao Can, put him down. Zhao Ru'er sat on the stool nonchalantly and looked at Zhang Feng. She was covering her mouth and doing something, but it wasn't hard to tell that this little lass was definitely smiling from the way she moved her shoulders. But how could Zhang Feng care so much at this moment? Amidst the scolding, the pale and slightly emaciated young man was put down. Once he was put down, the young man first gasped for breath for a moment, then hurriedly and instinctively took a few steps back. He glanced at the unresponsive Gao Can and said, Zhang Feng, you bastard, you bastard. You, I didn't know you were young master you. Just now, my student offended you. Let's talk inside. Zhang Feng smiled and cupped his fists. When the young man saw this, he originally wanted to get angry, but after glancing at Gao Can, he smacked his lips and finally gave up. He lowered his head and followed Zhang Feng into the store. But after seeing Zhao Ru'er and Zhao Yu, the young man's eyes never left the two of them. Ahem, young master you, right? How is you, Zhang Feng asked straightforwardly the moment he entered the room. The black-robed man sized up Zhang Feng and said, You're Zhang Feng? The one you, mentioned? Zhang Feng also didn't know why this guy was here, but it seemed like he was his brother-in-law. Yes, I'm Zhang Feng. Oh, the black-robed young man made a sound of acknowledgement and then looked around the store. His eyes then involuntarily fell on the white papers in the store. I heard from you that you're very famous in Chang'an. The youngest great scholar, the dean, and these papers should be just one of your properties? The black-robed young man's noncommittal words made Zhang Feng vaguely sense something, so he was no longer in a hurry. After greeting him, he sat down and said with a smile, "Yes, what you heard is almost all true. May I know what business you have with me? I want all the white papers here, as well as the authorization of all the papers in Jiangnan in the future." "Why should I?" The smile on Zhang Feng's face disappeared. He looked at the young man indifferently and said again, "If you said this, I would definitely agree. But who are you?" The black-robed young man was about to speak when he was suddenly choked by Zhang Feng's words. He really didn't expect Zhang Feng to give such an answer. "I'm from Hangzhou Prefecture's Yu family. Of course, this is Yuezhou, and I'm from the Yuezhou branch. When I heard that you were here, I just wanted to come and see. As for this, then, are you the person in charge of the Yu family?" Zhang Feng asked. "No. Then who are you?" "I'm from Yuezhou's Yu family's third branch. Speaking of which, Yu is my cousin. My name is Yuqi. Yu Suqian. Elm Tree Lump?" The Tang dynasty's naming skills once again opened Zhang Feng's eyes. Yu Suqian, wasn't this the Elm Tree Lump? But now was not the time to talk about this. The main thing was to figure out what this person meant by coming here. Moreover, whether this kid was sent by the Yu family to inquire about information or to probe, this had to be figured out. Otherwise, what would he do when he went back to the Yu family? Now, his relationship with the three women was simply messy to the extreme. Although he and Jingshu and Yu were husband and wife, they were not husband and wife in name. Jingshu was better, at least they could still stay together, but Yu was different. If someone were to find out about this, wouldn't that ruin her reputation? This was also the main reason why Zhang Feng had to come to Jiangnan this time. As for Zhang Yuyao, she was now the most troublesome thing for Zhang Feng. He really didn't know what to do. But no matter how much he delayed, he could only take the three women to Chang and to hold a grand wedding after Yu's matter was settled. He couldn't delay any longer. Chapter 21-27. Well, Prince Zhang. I came here this time mainly because I was curious. I heard that you came to Yuezhou, so I wanted to see brother-in-law's fame. Brother-in-law's poems in Jiangnan are simply maddening. But they didn't expect that their respected poem god actually came to Jiangnan. Zhang Feng was stunned and asked, "How can this be?" "I came here today because I heard that the Gao family wanted to make trouble, so I was outside. I hope brother-in-law doesn't blame me." Zhang Feng couldn't help but be stunned. This guy just wanted to see him. Although Zhang Feng still doubted this guy's words, the current situation was that one more ally was better than one less. Zhang Feng couldn't help but relax his expression. He handed over a cigarette with a smile and said, "So that's how it is. Brother Yu, I have wronged you. Come, please sit. Old Jia, serve the tea." After a series of greetings, Yu Suqian looked at the piles of white paper in the store and asked, "Brother-in-law, did you really make this white paper?" "No, these were all made by my friends. They did belong to me earlier, but I'm used to being lazy. Before I came to Jiangnan, I gave these things to my brothers." Zhang Feng was telling the truth. However, Zhang Feng was the only one who knew how much of the truth was true. However, for Yu Suqian, this was undoubtedly somewhat disappointing. He came here today because 2 of the top 10 beauties of Jiangnan were actually gathered in Zhang Feng's store. So he wanted to take a look and find an opportunity to strike up a conversation. As for Zhang Feng, he was only here to confirm if he was really the person in the rumors. After all, even if one of the titles was just one, it was definitely not something a 20-year-old boy could have. Not to mention these things that others might not necessarily touch in their lifetime. However, just in a short conversation, he was shocked to find that this Zhang Feng was really that person. This news had to be sent back to the main family as soon as possible. First of all, they could make the right choice as early as possible. After all, although the Yu family wasn't a large family, the competition was still extremely cruel. Especially for people like them, it was even more difficult. It wasn't that they didn't want to do it, but even if they wanted to, they wouldn't dare. After all, the reputation of the Duke of East in the court was far too great. Once a grudge was formed in the court or the emperor was enraged, it was very likely that the entire clan would be exterminated. Therefore, if he wanted to get up, he had to wait for a suitable opportunity. As for Zhang Feng's arrival in Jiangnan, Yu Qigong had personally given the order that they had to change their surnames before Zhang Feng arrived. In the beginning, they really didn't want to. After all, this was an act that disgraced their ancestors. However, after thinking about Zhang Feng's identity, what Zhang Feng wanted to do in Jiangnan, and the mysterious relationship behind Zhang Feng, he decided to give up. In an instant, Yu Qihong made his decision. Changing the name of the clan. This was something he had no choice but to do. If they didn't do this, they would be attacked by the 5 families and 7 clans at the first moment. Even if they didn't do anything, it wouldn't do. Therefore, in the past half a month, the elders in the clan had issued warnings to almost everyone in the clan, from 70 to 80 years old, to children who had just learned to speak, to the servants in the family, and to anyone who had any relationship with the clan. Even the Duke of Yi, who was far away in Chang'an, had personally issued orders to the various provincial governors in Jiangnan, causing everyone to shut their mouths for a short period of time. However, the most important thing was, when the Yuqi family had come to Jiangnan, they had hidden their surname. Therefore, changing back to their original name didn't cause any waves. However, these were only things that ordinary people knew. As for what the 5 families and 7 clans thought, only these people knew. However, after truly understanding Zhang Feng's true identity and seeing the white paper with his own eyes, Yu Suqian's admiration for Zhang Feng almost overflowed. He grabbed Zhang Feng's hand and said with a smile, "Brother-in-law, you see, you're not familiar with Jiangnan's matters. Moreover, you said that you're going to Jiangnan, which is equivalent to going home. How can you stay in the inn? Let's go, little brother, I'll go prepare the sedan chair. Let's go home." Yu Suqian's attitude made Zhang Feng puzzled. However, he still declined. "I won't go for the time being. If I want to go, I will naturally go. If brother Yu has something to say, there's no harm in saying it. However, the matter between me and you shouldn't be made public for the time being. I have other plans. For the time being, I hope brother Yu won't randomly address me, okay?" Hearing Zhang Feng's words, Yu Suqian raised his head and said, "Hey. Brother Zhang, rest assured, I understand." While speaking, Yu Suqian winked at Zhang Feng and glanced at the 2 women outside the door, revealing a smile that everyone understood. The corner of Zhang Feng's mouth twitched when he saw this. However, he didn't explain much. This kind of thing was originally a muddle. The more he said, the harder it would be to explain clearly. "By the way, let me ask you something serious. How is it? Before coming, I heard that you had an accident. What's going on?" Chapter 21-28. Seeing that Zhang Feng was asking about business, Yu Suqian also became serious. He said, "The cause of all this is that time when you, personally went to purchase minerals and buy Daisy. As for the reason, after you, received the letter from her cousin, old Yu, she went to Chang'an. Before that, the stubborn people of Jiangnan, as well as the children of aristocratic families, came in an endless stream to propose marriage, but you, was still able to deal with them. After all, you, is the head of the top 10 beauties of Jiangnan, you wait." Zhang Feng asked in surprise, "Jiangnan's top 10 beauties?" Yu Suqian saw that Zhang Feng was puzzled and patted his forehead. "I forgot about this. The top 10 beauties are the rankings made by the children of aristocratic families in Jiangnan. This ranking has existed for at least 100 years. In this top 10 ranking, you is first. I don't need to say it, you know. There are also the two outside the door. They are ranked 3rd and 7th respectively. As for the second, it is an illegitimate daughter of the Wu family and a Persian girl. And there is, after some explanation, Zhang Feng finally knew the origin of the top 10 beauties. However, Zhang Feng couldn't help but feel a little pressure. Compared to Jing Shu, this was undoubtedly the most stressful situation. After all, Jing Shu had only gotten her way because she had accidentally broken her music score. Moreover, it could be said that she had gotten Jing Shu with her own abilities. Moreover, Yan Lai Lu was the property of the royal family. All the rights of explanation were not spoken by the royal family. Naturally, no one dared to make trouble. Moreover, with his reputation in Chang'an, no one dared to say anything. However, these names didn't work in Jiangnan. It would only attract more hatred. In particular, these top 10 beauties were almost all from aristocratic families or had long been targeted. At this time, Zhang Feng also realized where the pressure was. If others knew that he did that to you, would it cause public outrage? Thinking about it, Zhang Feng shuddered a little. He rubbed his face and said with a sigh of relief, "Brother you continue." Yu Suqian looked at Zhang Feng in surprise. Seeing that Zhang Feng was really fine, he couldn't help but look at Zhang Feng a bit more. She said, "Actually, when I left last time, it was because of a servant of the Yu family who got drunk and said something wrong. He said that there was an important person in Chang, and who had taken a fancy to you, and that you, was going to Chang, and under imperial orders." However, this matter caused an uproar in Jiangnan. In the end, Brother Zhang's poem in Chang'an, as well as various other matters, spread back to Jiangnan. This made everyone go crazy. Originally, this matter should have ended here. However, after you came back, things changed again. Speaking of which, I have to say a few words to you, Brother Zhang. You already did that with you, At the very least, you should give her a letter of appointment or something. You see, the news of you, losing her virginity has spread like wildfire after you, came back. Things like Zhang Feng abandoning her after sleeping with her, and things like crusading against you. There are so many of them. In the end, you came back and looked for minerals everywhere. This was why he was targeted. As a result, the Yu family's industry in Jiangnan was also squeezed by at least 5 major families. Do you know how much you, suffered last time in order to gather iron ore for you? In the end, Yu Suqian's face became dignified. It seemed that Zhang Feng really did something to abandon her after sleeping with her. Zhang Feng touched his nose and coughed, "Ahem, this is because I didn't consider it thoroughly. Something happened in Chang, and at that time, so I came after learning that you had an accident. By the way, my guard sent a message saying that you was in danger. When my people returned to Chang'an, they were intercepted. Do you know who did this? There is such a thing?" Yu Suqian was also surprised, and his face suddenly changed. "I really don't know about this. I just know that a month ago, the Wu family came to the main family because of the iron ore. They said that you promised to use 10 years of mining rights of an iron ore in exchange for you However, none of us knew about this. I don't know what happened in the end. I only heard that there was a physical conflict and it was suppressed by the provincial governor's mansion. After that, I heard that some people broke into the Wu family at night and were intercepted and killed by the Wu family. Are these people your people?" The more Zhang Feng listened, the more gloomy his face became. There was really a problem, and the Wu family, who was behind it? The Wang family. It seemed that when he was in Chang'an, he didn't hurt him. "Since your Wu family dog wants to die, I, Zhang Feng, will help you." Thinking of this, Zhang Feng asked again, "Brother Yu, I came to Jiangnan this time for this matter. So you can rest assured that in this world, no one dares to touch my people. Yu Suqian was only 21 or 22 years old, similar to Zhang Feng's age. Moreover, this guy was also a prodigal with a good-looking appearance. Although Zhang Feng could only be regarded as handsome and not as handsome as him, at this time, he gave a feeling that he needed to look up to. At the beginning, he was also puzzled. Yu was the biggest hope of the Yu family, and he had seen countless young talents over the years. Yu Suqian took a fancy to Zhang Feng because of his future and literary talent, but at this time, Yu Suqian understood that he was wrong, everyone was wrong. Although Zhang Feng was just saying it casually, there was a hint of danger in his tone. Was this the real Zhang Feng? Yu Suqian couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. These damn bastards were finally going to be unlucky. Chapter 21-29. Outside the door. Zhao Yu watched as more and more people fought over the white paper at the door. Looking at the soft white paper in their hands, even she and her sister Zhao Ru felt their hearts ache. After all, they were members of aristocratic families. They knew the price of rice paper better than anyone else. How could an ordinary family afford it? But today, Prince Zhang actually gave away paper for free? Wasn't this a slap to everyone's face? What was Prince Zhang trying to do? Moreover, this was all money. Even if he had more money, there was no need to waste it like this, right? In such a short time, Zhang Feng had given out at least 100 caddies of white paper. How much would it cost even if it was 1,000 strings of cash per caddy? Moreover, they were calculating according to the price of rice paper. Moreover, this price was only low and not high. If this continued, the Gao family would be the first to suffer. What was going on with these two? If someone from the Gao family finds out, do you think he'll come for revenge? Zhao Ru looked at the chaotic scene and asked jokingly. Zhao Yu rolled up the white paper in her hand into a bucket. She propped up her chin and thought for a moment. I think if the Gao family has any brains, they won't come. Zhao Ru looked at Zhao Yu in surprise and asked, why do you say that? Look at this white paper and you'll understand. Zhao Yu pointed at the white paper in Zhao Ru's hand. Zhao Ru couldn't help but be surprised. This paper, what's wrong with it? Do you still remember the rumors from Chang'an? Zhao Yu's face was solemn as she looked at the tightly shut door behind her and said, if I'm not wrong, the person inside should be the one who wreaked havoc in Chang'an, and even opened a class in White Deer Academy, the one who made Master Yushan vomit blood in anger, Zhang Feng. Ah! Zhao Ru couldn't help but exclaim in shock. This can't be the same person, right? Moreover, this is a little too unbelievable. I heard that this paper was made by someone called Lao Li or something. Sis, think about it. If this kind of paper existed, why did it have to be released now of all times? Also, don't forget that person from the Yuqi clan. That person is also called Yu. Rumor has it that Yuqi Yu was introduced to Zhang Feng by the Duke of Yi, and then, you should know what happened afterwards. With that said, Zhao Ru's expression changed slightly. Zhang Feng. In Jiangnan, she had only heard of his name but never seen him in person. Everyone was trying to guess the identity of this person. However, no one had ever seen this Zhang Feng as a certain Zhang Feng, but this bastard didn't say anything himself. Instead, he didn't look like a great scholar at all. Instead, he acted like a commoner. How could people associate him with the high and mighty Zhang Feng? Now that Zhao Yu had said that, only then did Zhao Ru realize the severity of the problem. His face couldn't help but turn pale. He had long heard from his clan that a powerful figure had come from Chang'an and was going to cooperate with the Li family of Zhao County and even the other 5 surnames and 7 clans to deal with him. However, he hadn't said who this person was. But now, the person was right in front of them. However, who would dare to deal with such a person? Putting aside whether the rumors in Chang'an were true or false. Just the two identities of the great scholar and the dean of White Deer College were enough to intimidate many people. If someone dared to make a move against him openly, wasn't that courting death? Not to mention the laws of the Tang dynasty, even the scholars of the world wouldn't agree to it. At this moment, she finally understood what Zhao Yu meant when she said she hoped that the people from the Gao clan wouldn't come. This way, they would definitely not be able to return. Moreover, when the great scholar came to visit Jiangnan, the Jiangnan officials, the scholars, and the provincial governor's office would definitely protect him like a treasure. Offending a Confucian was equivalent to offending the entire family. This was no joke. Moreover, the chancellor of the academy, especially the chancellor of White Deer College who was personally conferred the title by the emperor, was also a third-rank civil official. Zhao Ru'er couldn't sit still when she heard this title. You, did you already know? Zhao Yu shook her head and said, no, it's all thanks to Wuxia Xianxia. No, he's called you Xianxia now. If it weren't for his arrival and Zhang Feng's attitude after knowing his identity, I wouldn't have thought so much. However, you have to know the relationship between Zhang Feng and the Yu clan. With that said, Zhao Ru'er instantly understood. But, this damned person, why didn't he reveal his identity? You said that we offended him, he probably wouldn't. That's right, you, didn't you want to take revenge on him? What should we do? Zhao Yu, rubbed her forehead and smiled bitterly. How would I know what to do? However, if this bastard wants to play dumb, we'll pretend that we don't know anything. Moreover, sister, you have to go back immediately and secretly tell father about this. Otherwise, I have a feeling that our clan will be exterminated.